Welcome to Stellenbosch in the beautiful Western Cape of South Africa. The second oldest town of the country plays host to the 8th and final day of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic. It's the grand finale. As a spiritual home of mountain biking in the country, fitting that this town welcomes and celebrates the world's finest riders and hundreds of amateurs to the finish of this, the world's premier mountain bike stage race. In fact, it's just a mere 10-minute ride from these fields here at Coetzenburg that the first Absa Cape Epic ended at Spear Wine Estate 20 years ago. Today, just over 1,000 courageous, bold athletes, amateurs and professionals alike will complete this untamed African mountain bike race. Some for the first time, others as category winners or medalists, and even two for, hopefully for them, the 20th time. Storied, colourful history, thrilling racing. It's been a spectacular week we've had here on the Absa Cape Epic, and it comes down to the final day in both the men's and women's professional categories with the closest races in the history of the event, and it's all coming down to this, the grand finale here on the fields of Coetzenburg in Stellenbosch. All set up and ready to race are the riders as they head into the mountains here in Jonkershoek. And this is how it transpired on the first of 2 days in the Mecca of mountain biking in South Africa here in Stellenbosch on stage 6 as they headed off towards the Singletrack Mountains.
The bike stage race. Taking place in the Western Cape of South Africa, the route takes in spectacular mountain ranges, picturesque vistas, rugged tracks and manicured bike trails. The route changes every year, and this, the 20th edition, is a tough one. 605 kilometres with over 16,000 metres of climbing over the 8 days. The teams of two, both pro and amateur, must work together to conquer this challenging race. Today's penultimate stage marks stage 6, day 7 of the Absa Cape Epic, and the course is relentless. The riders loop out of Stellenbosch through the incredible trail network on the Singletrack. There is climb after climb to test the legs, but the rewards of perfect single tracks are to follow. The sawtooth profile should not be underestimated. It's 87 kilometres with 2,300 metres of climbing. On the Stellenbosch start line, we have Baf Megamo, Hans Becking and Wout Alleman, currently in third, 8 minutes and 43 off the pace. Sebastian Finney and Nino Schurter from World Bicycle Relief are in second, almost 3 minutes behind. And in the yellow leaders jersey, Toyota Specialized 91, Matt Beers and Howard Grotz. The gun goes for the men's elite category. They have almost 450 kilometres of racing in their legs, but they still have to perform because today is going to be decisive. The past few stages have been brutally hot, so the overnight rain will bring welcome change in the temperature. The dusty trail surface will also be slightly dampened, giving more grip than previous days. The narrow single track will make it difficult to overtake today, so positioning tactics are the name of the game. The misty forests surrounding Stellenbosch add a moody feel for the top teams. Danish champion Sebastian Finney and 2016 Olympic champion Nino Schurter from World Bicycle Relief are currently in second, almost 3 minutes off the leaders. Again, it's not their day. Schurter and Finney don't have the legs, and it seems like Schurter has a rare lapse of concentration. He has dirt on his shorts. The frontrunners seize the opportunity. Canyon City is leading the charge with Baf Megamo and Toyota Specialized 91 in yellow. Both teams want to make time on World Bicycle Relief. Baf Megamo are less than 6 minutes behind World Bicycle Relief in the overall. As the riders traverse through the treacherous Ater Valley trails, Baf Megamo lead, followed by Toyota Specialized 91, Canyon City and the Willia Vittoria team of Fabian Rabensteiner and Samuele Poro. They are Cape Epic veterans with previous stage wins, but this is their best stage so far in 2024. The rough trails strike down Baf Megamo. Dutch champion Becking has a puncture in his front tyre. He quickly plugs and bombs it. Problem solved and they chase back. Next, it's the turn of Canyon City to puncture. Swiss marathon champion Mark Stutzman is quick to fix the rear tyre and get back on the trail. Baf Megamo just managed to pass him as they fix the problem. The Ater Valley forest has taken its toll. Toyota Specialized 91 and Willia Vittoria both emerged unscathed at the front of the race. At the 76 kilometre mark, Baf Megamo and Canyon City are 47 seconds behind. The final climb on Botma's Kop and the race has been turned on its head. Ravensteiner set the pace through the single track with teammate Poro on his wheel. The yellow leaders jersey staying in close contention. They now have more than 7 minutes in the virtual leaders jersey. They bide their time and wait to strike. The two teams fly through the caveman trails and it's down to the last 4 kilometres. Toyota Specialized 91 want to stamp their mark on the event with a back-to-back win. Beers and Grotz have saved some power for exactly this scenario. They outsprint Ravensteiner and Poro on the final climb and put the hammer down to the finish line. Toyota Specialized 91, Howard Grotz and Matt Beers crossed the line in just under 3 hours and 47 minutes. Willia Vittoria follow 41 seconds later for their first podium of the 2024 Cape Epic. And Buff Megamo take third and are now just over a minute off second in the GC. Stage 6 podium in third sees Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. In second, Willia Vittoria, Samuel Poro and Fabian Ravensteiner. And a convincing win for Toyota Specialized 91, Matt Beers and Howard Grotz. The yellow leaders jersey remains with Toyota Specialized 91. Matt Beers and Howard Grotz, they've increased their lead to 9 minutes and 22 seconds. On the Aramex Women's Elite start line is Toyota Specialized 91, Sofia Gomez-Viafan and Samara Shepherd in third. In second, we have Cannondale Factory Racing, Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwaldner. And in the lead with 6 straight wins is Ghost Factory Racing, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler by just 2 minutes and 51 seconds. The start gun goes, and this is the stage for the teams to make a move on the orange leaders jersey. With almost 23 hours of racing in their legs and just 11.5 minutes separating the top 3 teams, it's all still to play for. Gomez Viafan from Toyota Specialized 91 has been talking about going for a stage win and pushing the pace. She goes all in early in the stage to stress the other 2 teams, but can't make it stick. Cannondale and Ghost Factory Racing teams are just too strong. Cannondale keep putting pressure on the orange jersey, but all efforts are quickly quashed by the tactical Ghost team. Terpstra and Kohler work well as a pair to manage each other's energies and take turns positioning themselves in between Lill and Mitterwaldner. It comes down to the final climb, and Ghost get the upper hand. They control from the front going into the final 2 kilometres. Ghost Factory Racing cross the finish line in Stellenbosch in just over 4.5 hours for their 7th win in a row. Cannondale Factory Racing followed just 1 minute later with Toyota Specialized 91 in third over 10 minutes later. The Aramex Women's podium sees Toyota Specialized 91 on the bottom step, Cannondale Factory Racing in second, and Ghost Factory Racing take another convincing win on the penultimate stage. The orange leaders jerseys stay with Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler. Ghost Factory Racing now have 3 minutes and 51 seconds on second place going into the grand finale tomorrow.
So after stage 6, this is how it looks on the general classification. Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, well, they are now 9 minutes and 22 behind the Toyota Specialized 91 pair of Grotz and Beers. The battle behind them is going to be intense because Hans Becking and Wout Alleman have found their legs a little better in the latter stages of the week. They are 1 minute and 11 behind Schurter and Finney. Seewald and Stutzman, don't discount them, just over 3 minutes behind a place on the podium. Ravenstein and Poro, their best day yet was yesterday, and they are in 5th place. Steve John and Jakob Hartmann are getting stronger as the week progresses. In the Aramex women's category, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler have a perfect 7 out of 7 stage wins and a 3 minute and 51 second lead over Mona Mitterwaldner and Candice Lill of Cannondale Factory Racing. And the Toyota Specialized 91 pair, well, they've tried and tried and tried again, but not been able to succeed in putting the pressure, the heat on the teams above them, and they are 21 minutes, nearly 22 minutes behind the overall leaders. Behind them, Giraud and Hayley Preen have been exemplary in the way they've gone about this race, and they are holding firmly on to 4th place here, 11 minutes ahead of the defending champion Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. So the Stellenbosch Mountains await these riders today, but I'm afraid there are a couple of riders who won't be taking part, and one of them is Lukas Baum, the German rider who, of course, with Georgega won the race in 2022, was second last year, but unfortunately Baum took ill 2 days ago and tried to race yesterday, but pulled out at the first water point at Marathi. So Gail Gregor has said he will ride on today, and he will continue on in the Outcast jersey to finish the journey around the Absa Cape Epic. Likewise, Jaroslav Kulhavy, a couple of days ago, the three-time winner, former world champion and Olympic champion, sadly had a fall and injured his shoulder, his collarbone, and he is no longer in the race with Flipper Adele, the Superior Lines team. They're among a few of the elite pros and many, many more amongst the amateurs who have fallen by the wayside as the Absa Cape Epic lives up to its reputation as the race that measures all. Today's final stage, so I'm going to introduce my two colleagues alongside me. Neil Gardner, who's been with the Absa Cape Epic since its inception, and alongside a wonderful to have and a privilege to have a former world champion, Olympic champion, and Absa Cape Epic's multiple stage winner, Sabine Spitz. Morning, Sabine.
Good morning, Gerald, and also good morning to Neil.
Good morning. It's great to be here. It's a fantastic day out for sure, and a great weekend in Stellenbosch that we're all looking forward to. The way it unfolds, we've had a thrilling week, and it's going to be a fascinating day, still so close.
It is, and that's what lies ahead for them. The Jonkershoek, the famed and fabled Jonkershoek Trail network, is going to be explored almost in its entirety today on both sides of the slopes of those mountains, and then they'll come out, and the work is not done. They'll swing past the finish here at Coetzenburg and head out on some of the roughest, rockiest trails imaginable through Eden and Mont Marie and back again down the famous G-Spot trail, which will be the Toyota Tough section, and bring them home to be celebrated like heroes, every single one of them. Who is it going to be in the lead here when they get to this finish? If it is tight, it's going to be absolutely thrilling. Right, let's go to the start just before they rolled off the start line this morning. We had our man, a former winner here, former world champion and an Olympic champion. No, not Sabine Spitz, because we've got so many of them around us here. This is, of course, Bart Brenchens.
Another nice stage. Also hard. Those climbs in Jonkershoek are no joke. I think most people know it because everybody that comes to South Africa will ride in Jonkershoek. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, I think the weather's playing nice with us. It's cool, but it's not wet. So I think it's going to be a good day out.
The grand finale. Are you feeling?
Yeah, ready to go. It's always a nice ice. It's been a super week already, and it's sad it's over after today, but also nice that we can have some good rest and feel human again after 8 intense days.
So you're definitely feeling it?
Yeah. If somebody says it's not tired now, it's a big liar. I don't believe anything. Everybody have still fresh legs today, so.
But on the other hand, the finals, the grand finale, everyone likes to win that stage.
Yeah, I think everybody have something extra to push, like to give it like the how do you say it, to empty the tank completely, and always this gives some extra push because you know tomorrow you can just lay on the beach all day. So.
A lot of trails today, a lot of single track, beautiful trails to ride. You know more of them?
Yeah, I think I've ridden all these trails, so I know them. I know the area, so it helps a little bit.
It's a fast stage for sure.
I think it'll be a fast stage, but also I think it's going to be tough.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I hope we have another good day. Yesterday I struggled quite a bit, but today I really look forward for the bit longer climbs where I usually can get in my mood and go.
It's not an easy stage, even if it's the final.
No, really not. But we will see.
Yesterday you were very close to a stage win. Is that the goal for today?
Yeah, we'll see. Day by day, as I said, I was quite sick 3 days ago and every day getting better. For sure, yesterday was a crazy demanding day. I gave everything I had. So, yeah, I like to push one more and try to figure out how to beat these specialized because they are really strong.
On a day like this in the leader's jersey, do you take also extra parts with you if it goes wrong in a race?
Yeah, I mean, we've been prepared the whole week for things to go wrong, and sometimes they do. And so you mitigate that risk as much as possible just by maintaining focus. So getting through Jonkersdrift, especially the first 2 or 3 descents, and yeah, hopefully nothing happens.
You won every stage so far, leaders jersey. What's the goal for today?
Yeah, I think we wanted to still control the race, and yeah, for sure we wanted to do good, and yeah, we will give our best again. We will see if we fight in the end for another stage victory, but yeah, the main goal is for sure to keep this orange jersey.
As they charge away 67 kilometers, 2,000 meters of climbing. I don't think we've had a grand finale. We certainly haven't had a looped grand finale, starting and finishing at the same venue before, but one that is as technically challenging as this and physically challenging as this final stage. Sabine Spitz, what are your thoughts on today?
Yeah, I was very impressed. So that how tough it is. I was 2 days before I was out and saw actually the last 17 kilometers. So when after taking the riders back out of Jonkershoek, back to the Coetzenburg stadium, and then we have to head out to Mont Marie. It works the riders. It's not an easy rolling like we had it in the previous years. And I mean, Neil, you went out with your gravel ride.
He made it look very easy.
I think let's put my poor choices out of the. Let's forget about those. It was very rough on bike, and I think it's testimony to the fact that suspension has been invented, and there's a reason for it. But it was beautiful to be out there, and incredible to see the course and a challenge right up until the very last kilometer. We managed to navigate the trails of G-Spot just to see what the riders will go through on the last section, and just how red hot the racing. You can imagine it's fine taking it at our leisurely pace, but imagine taking it at red hot racing pace. And we'll get a glimpse of the riders at that red hot racing. Here we are. We can see the likes. Toyota Specialized 91. They are already on the pace, and clearly the race is on.
Yeah, the early climb up into Jonkershoek has separated that group of elite men out. Now we look at the Aramex women's start, and in those two-meter orange jerseys are the Ghost Factory Racing, who've been utterly untouchable this week. They've won every stage, and 3 minutes and 51 seconds their overall lead as they go into this final stage. It is a stage that things can change, and we've seen it before in the men's and women's races, so do not discount a change in the general classification, but you feel over 67 kilometers that for Candice Lill and her partner Mona Mitterwaldner, there would have to be something fairly serious go wrong with the team of Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler for them to make up that 3 minutes and 51 seconds today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if maybe also other teams maybe trying on the last day on the grand finale to make a move. And I mean, we know that it's like quite a prestige stage, and to have a win at the prologue or the grand finale, it's a bit outstanding.
They rolled up the tar road that takes you up to the Jonkershoek gate. Just before the gate, they took a left turn into the plantation area of Jonkershoek before they would hit the Cape Nature Reserve area. And well, the climbs did the job early on. Skada, here's Sahili Preen digging deep to get past Skada, joining the wheel of her French teammate Lena Giraud, and Alexis Skada with the defending champion Vera Losa as her teammate. But the climbs immediately stretched and in some cases broke the elastic.
And we could say that this is a big weekend ahead of us in Stellenbosch. And of course, we know that Stellenbosch is world renowned for being wine country, but it's certainly this week it's renowned for mountain biking country, some of the best trails in the world. And it's the last 2 days where the race really culminates. And it's actually almost unfair to say that the race is culminating in the grand finale, because it has been red hot all week. From the very first time check, we've seen the tooth and nail fight for that overall general classification. Those Chiobita leaders jerseys, both in the men and the Aramex women's category. And It's certainly the closest women's race I've ever seen in the 20-year history of the race, and it's said to be another thriller. We've seen the dominant team of Team Ghost, and they have hardly put a foot wrong, and right on the front in the trails, leading the way with Candice Lill and the world champion, the world marathon champion, Mona Mitterwalder, close behind.
We're on the first section of the Armageddon descent, one of the many descents they'll tackle here in Jonkershoek. It's a beautiful trail, but it can trip you up occasionally. There are little rock drop-offs and rocks that you have to be very, very vigilant and focused about avoiding.
Yeah, and we see also here even also the big boulders, and we sometimes also or maybe like that we have like tables, or that there are the little gap jumps which you can take if you know exactly the downhill of Armageddon. One famous spot is of course like also it's like a big boulder which you can almost take like
a wall.
Yes,
yes.
where you ride along that wall, and we definitely gonna see also some spectacular pictures of that section.
Well, Beers and Grotz are alone up front, not quite alone up front, because I think they've got Team KMC, it may well be, or it might be Ravensteiner and Poro who've bolted out of the pack. They've come down Armageddon, they've gone back up, and they're making their way across to a trail called Red Pheonix, which Red Pheonix was built after those terrible fires in 2015, 2016, hence the name, and they are dropping into Red Pheonix now. Great fun. They're halfway down the whole trail of Red Pheonix, and they are on the charge. These are trails that these riders all know very, very well. They come and train here year in and year out and prepare for this event and for the rest of their year's mountain biking. Beautiful riding it is off the slopes of the mountain here in Jonkershoek. The Jonkershoek Mountains on one side, and on the other side, on the other side of the valley, they'd look straight into Lawrenceford if they were to get to the top of the valley. So, Georgia, I think it is KMC who might be there. Swinger and Reuter, they were prominent yesterday until Reuter lost touch with his partner. To the indigenous forest section here.
Well, good move by the pairing to, you could say, collaborate with the yellow jerseys. Yellow jerseys are really set today to defend their overall lead. The lead is 9 minutes and 22 over World Bicycle Relief. On the early climbs, we saw Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney being distanced, and that battle for the second and third spot on the podium really looks to be heating up. Buff Megamos, Hans Becking and Vardanen were still more or less in touch with the charging pair of Beers and Howard Grotz. We did expect to see Matthew Beers and Howard Grotz defending their leads there, but they have been aggressive from the start, looking to take, I guess it's attack is the best form of defense. They managed to distance their rivals very early on, including the likes of Andreas Seewald and Mark Stutzman, who also are very much in the fight for that final spot on the podium. World Bicycle Relief seem to be out of the picture at the moment. We haven't seen them on the trails, haven't seen them at the time checks, but Toyota Specialized 91 look dominant as ever.
Winding down, it's you can see the boulder field there that is going to test these riders all the way through this trail. The Red Pheonix. The highly skilled riders here are quite phenomenal the way they handle these trails. But Alleman and Hans Becking, they are chasing Alleman and Becking a place on the podium, which they have at the moment at 10:33 behind the leaders, but they are hunting second place here, 1 minute and 11 behind World Bicycle Relief on the general classification. So every chance that they could vault up a place on the general classification. The races within the races is what Pap's going to define today. There's the general classification, there's this position, and of course there's the glory of winning the grand finale, this final stage of the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Something to really, really chase today.
And we're just watching right now Wout Alleman and Hans-Beking Alleman in the more white-coloured European World Marathon Championships jersey, and Hans-Beking in his National Championships jersey. The sight of the Belgian and the Dutch rider heading down in pursuit of the lead of the race, the head of the race, and still looking good for a stage, but they'll need to make up this deficit and maybe take a couple of risks on this downhill section to get back in touch. There's still a long way to go on the stage. They still have to pass the first water point, at Jonkershoek at the 21 kilometer mark, and then we'll know exactly what the time deficits, what the time gaps are from the head of the field to this team right now of Hans-Beking and Wout Alleman.
Beautiful visuals from the bike of Stefan Sama, these trails. The ace of spades, Bennett Nell, is the man who sort of basically curates these trails and looks after them, prepares them and maintains them, and has been responsible for building a lot of the trails as well. But there's a massive team. Rand Buerter was the original trail builder in Jonkershoek. We'll see his original trail later on. But the trail builder's doing a magnificent job. Down they drop here. Great spectators out in Jonkershoek, getting out a closer look at these riders.
Yeah, and you see, like, it's definitely very important that you know your line, because if you go over like a little drop and there's like a rock behind and you haven't chosen your line nicely, it's easy to land on that rock and to puncture.
Absolutely, and that is a point Sabine makes well about looking after your equipment today, and it will be tested. There's some very, very rocky terrain here. That little drop there, they've all picked the line that rolls down. Finney and Schurter drop down. Oh, Schurter doing his characteristic whip as he drops down onto the road. Meanwhile, up ahead, it is Ravensteiner and Poro, I think it is, who are putting their heads down with Beers and Grotz. Well, all they need to do, the yellow jerseys of Toyota Specialized 91, is just keep on their bikes and make sure they look after their equipment, and they'll be absolutely spot on.
Well, looking back at the history of the race, the last 5 editions, if we look at the grand finale, which is an extremely prestigious, it's prestigious to win a stage of the Absa Cape Epic, any stage, but especially prestigious to win the grand finale with the crowds, with the heroes welcome as the riders head into the finish. And the grand finale in the last 5 years, just having a look back, there are currently 5 riders still in the field today in the race that have won a grand finale, and one of them is Mr. Ravensteiner.
And he's in there. He was the stronger of the 2 yesterday. Poro was, as his interview suggested, wasn't feeling too good in the previous days, but and he suffered yesterday on that final climb. Are we certain that's Ravensteiner and Poro?
So to me, it almost looks,
like Schneller.
It looks like Simon Schneller,
yes,
and behind him Urs Huber, just by the riding style. And also, I just thought, just size-wise, this can't be actually Ravensteiner. He's not that tall, and Simon Schneller definitely. Yeah, so I think this is
it's the Bulls.
It's the Bulls
Mavericks team,
Mavericks,
and Urs Huber was the overall winner in 2016 with Karl Platt. It was Karl Platt's 5th victory, Urs Huber's first. Urs Huber, a last-minute call-up to the race, and he's living up to it. He spent the week riding into it. They had a close brush with the stage win on stage 5. It was not to be. There was still a major GC battle going on at the time, as is still at the moment, but with the Bulls Mavericks team looking to put their name in lights. It's been a very long time since the Bulls have won a grand finale. In the last 5 years, we've seen the likes of Eger and Baum. The last 2 years, they've won the grand finale in the men's category, but sadly, Lucas Baum has had to retire from the race. Georg Eger will still continue as an individual finisher. And last year, we also saw in the Aramex women's category, Monica Calderon riding with Coetzenburg. Monica Calderon is also still in the race as an individual finisher. And the split times confirm that the Bulls Mavericks team are on the charge, looking very motivated for a stage win. They've been on the front of the affairs, pushing the pace, looking to put time into their rivals, because of course they do have Hans-Beking and Wout Alleman breathing down their necks. Hans-Beking won the grand finale in 2021, and he will know what that victory tastes like, and he'll be keen
to share that victory with his new partner, new trade team for Wout Alleman, a new pairing for Becking and Alleman. And in 2021, now that we're talking of 2021's grand finale victories, that was won by Laura Stiger and Sina Fry. A dominant performance. It was 8 out of 8 for that pairing, and in the Aramex women's category, it could well be another 8 out of 8 for Ghost Factory Racing. But we're still with the men as they head into the water point, and we'll get a time check in just a moment, exactly to see what the time gap is back to Buff Megamo, and we're calculating around about a minute or so, but we'll get those official results to you in a moment. And Canyon CD are also in close attendance. We spotted them, our spotters out on the road saw the Canyon CD team also looking to leapfrog the World Bicycle Relief team into a podium spot overall.
And we had seen actually earlier this week the Bulls Maverick team also in the leading group, and it was in Wellington. But so with Urs Huber actually just getting quite late, or like as a spare rider, called out for the Cape Epic, so he wasn't like 100% prepared, and so that also paid toll in Wellington, that he in a way had to then also to back off, but they actually have been that day quite long with the leading group and showed also quite good performance.
So far, it is the Bulls Mavericks who are laying down the law early on in this grand finale stage. Toyota Specialized 91 marking them only in as much as they just want to stay out of trouble and up front. Buff Megamo, well, they are going well in respect of chasing a second place in this race, because the World Bicycle Relief team, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, they've just gone through that checkpoint. They're around 30 seconds behind Buff Megamo. So they are Buff Megamo, Becking and Alleman, slowly but surely eating away at the general classification standings. That's how close it is between second place and third place in this race. 11-minute difference between the top two teams suggests that they stay where they are now and riding like they are now, that Toyota Specialized 91 could well be on their way to another victory. For Beers, a second consecutive victory, and for Grotz, a second win since his first in 2018.
And the tactic of the day, certainly when we've seen in the early stages, we saw Matt Beers on the front, and the idea with Matt Beers being on the front is he likes to put pressure on really early, because he's not the kind of rider that likes the stop-go kind of riding. He's a pure marathoner and enjoys the gravel circuit as well. So it's really he's very much an endurance rider, and he likes to keep a steady pace. He doesn't like the elastic pace. It's just more of his comfort zone. So he can set a super high rhythm with his massive power that he puts down on the trails. And they did some calculations before the race today, and they worked out that the other riders would have to ride significantly faster to make up that deficit, and their plan is working.
This is a brutally steep climb, as they've now completed 2 of the 4 significant single-track descents that they're doing in Jonkershoek, Armageddon and Red Pheonix. They are heading up on the same side up towards the drop-down Neverending Story, which is one of the original trails here. That's one of the very first at the far end of the Jonkershoek Nature Reserve. 11,000 hectares it is. Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa. It's been a tough week for the defending champion, Vera Lossa, and a new partner, Alexis Skada, Efficient Infinity SC-Gram. But perhaps today they can redeem some of the disappointment from the week. Make it all happen. Yeah, they are up front. So they got away from the battle for general classification. They're not in that general classification battle any longer. Indeed, that is the Cannondale Factory team with Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalder, and then the Ghost Factory Racing team behind them. They are not concerned with what is happening up ahead with Lossa and Skada. They're more concerned with each other. Yeah.
Yeah, but also we saw actually Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, but actually they had a bit of bigger gap, and now Candice really tries here to close that gap. And like I said, like I said earlier, I mean, the grand finale has quite a prestige, and so Ken is also, in a way, on the other hand, also wants to put pressure on the ghost girls or the ghost ladies, and make sure that don't give up. And so the Cannondale factory team, they definitely fighting to the end and trying to make maybe today a good result and maybe a stage win.
Absolutely, Candice Lill, wouldn't she just love that? It's been a very good week for the Cannondale factory racing team, but Candice Lill is a rider who has finished second at the Absa Cape Epic 4 times, and it may well be that it is going to end up that way again. A little push from Sofia Gomez Villafañe for Samara Shepherd.
And it's not easy. If you see also the underground too, you have to also really have you have to hold your handlebar very tight. If you get one hand off, to give your partner a bit of push. So it's not easy under this on this tar road or on this road to really also to give your partner a bit support and push.
And they're closing in here. Lil and Mitterwald, they're leading the GV de Orange leaders' jerseys, and they're closing in on the back wheel of Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Lil, of course, has some experience at winning on the grand finale. She and Mariska Strauss a couple of years ago, 2022. But again, finishing second overall in that year.
Second overall, to Sofia Gomez Villafañe. She rode with Haley Batten and Lil Strauss at a fantastic grand finale into Valdivia in 2022. And I'd like to repeat that, but their main objective is the overall general classification. And they're going to be looking to Ghost Factory Racing for any weakness. And we're back with the men's category. Urs Huber in frame, the 2016 winner overall and multiple stage winner, Urs Huber. And he has earmarked, it's clear they've earmarked today's stage. They are well over an hour on overall general classification, and to be exact, they are an hour and 46 minutes. So they let that time slip, and perhaps tactically, first of all, giving them a bit of a chance to rest, to recuperate. The other riders were on the pace all day, all week, and these riders had a chance, a couple of days to recuperate and just save their energy for where it really counts, a prestigious grand finale victory. And credit to Urs Huber, last-minute call-out, and he's doing his partner proud. Simon Schneller, the young German marathoner, a well-known campaigner, and wouldn't he love to get his name in lights at the grand finale, the new grand finale, the all-new grand finale in Stellenbosch. It's an exciting one because it's quite unique in that it's a loop course not only, and spectators will have a chance to see the riders come really close. The course passes the Coetzenburg Dam just meters away from the finish area. And Gerald, this is your backyard. You know exactly what it means and what it's like to watch one of these races, a race like this, a prestigious race like this live, especially the grand finale.
Well, aren't they enjoying these trails? This is the Neverending Story trail. It's been recently rehabilitated, probably about opened only a couple of months ago. But Bennett Nell and his team have done an incredible job in rehabilitating this trail and creating a sensationally a fun section to ride this, Sabine. I know you've probably ridden this, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
As it is now.
And you see, I mean, if you just saw a bit earlier, I mean, it's actually quite smooth. Like, and the other like Armageddon, coming down Armageddon, it's quite like, it's quite rocky. And like I said earlier, you have to just also watch your line, and you have to know what is behind the next little, like jump or drop. And here it's like really, it's nicely done. It's smooth, and you just have to have your handlebar tight, and when it goes around the corner with the not G-spot, but if we just speak about also like the force, G-force.
Let it take you.
Going around the corners,
Well, it is. The rehabilitated Neverending Story is considerably smoother than the old version, and it is fast and fun, absolutely fun. This is, as I said, the trail that about 20 years ago, I think, was first dug out by Morant Buerter and his team. Morant now, we saw a lot of his handiwork out at Marathi yesterday. But the trail builders make for fantastic fun on the bike here in Stellenbosch, that's for sure. Beers following contentedly almost behind the Bulls Mavericks here, who's setting the pace here, have eyes on the big prize in the grand finale for Simon Schneller and Urs Huber. And we've seen them earlier in the week, did try some aggressive riding, but they're clearly saving themselves and have been saving themselves for something big on this final day.
And you definitely won't find a lot of riders which don't have during the week a weekday. So it's like you have a suffer day, and then, I mean, we saw it also with Heinz Becking and Wout Alleman. So Wout was riding very strong at the beginning, and then he had like 1-2 days where he was like really suffering, and Hans was actually the one who tried to push and to pull him, and then it turned around again. So it's I think it's normal over the 8 days that you have one or weekday, like where you're not strong and you're suffering. And also with Vera Lozos, she had 2 days ago, she didn't have a good day. She told me that she also like, it was so tough, so hard, and today we saw her in the lead.
And she's finding her legs as we sit behind Howard Grotz, Matt Beers, as they chase Urs Huber and Simon Schneller down the extension of Neverending Story. And these rocks, you see them there, you ride between them, and you get the line slightly wrong, a bit of fatigue and lack of focus, and your derailleur is gone. So that's the danger here.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to really be careful, and if you see, that rock comes too close. I mean, these are skilled riders, and then you also in a way try in a way to save your you minimize the risk also with just lifting your rear wheel a little bit to the side, that the risk that your derailleur goes or gets damaged, you just try to take that off.
Wout Alleman and Hans Becking charging down the trail as they exit the middle section of Neverending Story and drop into the lower section now, and they are in third place, and all about the clock for them. There are those rocks we're talking about. It is a rocky trail initially, and then it flattens and smooths out this little section. The next section, a little bit lower, the river trail, is a lot more rocky, although again they've made it slightly less dangerous for man and machine, but that is going to challenge the riders. And then they'll cross the river, the Eerste River, and head up Bosluis on the other side. Beautiful scenes in Jonkershoek Nature Reserve. About 7 kilometers east of Stellenbosch is Jonkershoek. Ottendorp's Holland Mountains to the south, Jonkershoek Range to the north, and well, it has been a favorite and famed place for mountain bikers for many, many years. As Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney try and mitigate their losses here. They are under pressure. Their second place under threat from Buff Megamo.
But you see, like Nino, he knows these trails so well that even Sebastian Finney has really problems to stay on his wheel, and it's like just if you're actually a little bit far away, then it doesn't work.
We're sitting behind Sebastian Finney, the champion of Denmark, and the world champion of the cross country ahead of him, Nino Schurter, for World Bicycle Relief, as they chase down the bottom end of Neverending Story Trail here in Jonkershoek on the grand finale stage. This is the team in their sights. They are ahead of them on the trails today. They're behind them by 1 minute and 11 seconds on general classification. That's the Buff Megamo team. That's the race within a race today. Up ahead, the Bulls Mavericks are leading the stage, and this is our Ghost Factory Racing team who are leading the women's race, the Aramex women's race, over the Cannondale Factory Racing team. And I think they've closed up and passed the early attackers, Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa. And it's as you were and as you have been throughout the week, with Anne Terpstra, Nicole Kohler on the frontier in dominant shape again.
And they've been dominant from a firepower point of view, but also from a tactical point of view. They had a really fantastic showing at the prologue, and it was their job from that point to defend the jersey, and they marked every single attack. And just at decisive moments, they picked their moments to just eke a little bit more time into their rivals. Cannondale Factory Racing, Ghost Factory Racing, masterclass in composure and control, and just it's all about that mental game as well, just not showing a single bit of weakness. We haven't not seen an inkling of it, and their rivals also have there's just been, as a professional cyclist, you always look for a weakness, and Sabine, you'll talk to this. You're not only looking at the trails in front of you, you're not only managing your own efforts, but you're managing and you're monitoring your rivals' efforts as well.
Yeah, you look for weaknesses, and if you can maybe just also start to maybe put a bit more pressure on the competitors, on your rivals. And with what you see also with Nicole Koller, she's not just with the Ghost Factory team here in Stellenbosch. She often also joins the Swiss national team, who has also for many years become on a regular base in January also for some training. And the Swiss riders in general, very, very good technical riders.
Yes, they were here earlier this year. It's not uncommon to see the gold, silver and bronze medalists from the last Olympic Games riding up the trails here in Stellenbosch early in the year as they escape the Northern Hemisphere winters and come and enjoy the heat in the summer down here. Down off the Red Pheonix Trail, this is our leading women's pack now. 3 teams, and they're all together. We are following our Aramex women's race here. The leaders in the orange jerseys, Ann Terpstra and Nicole Koller for the Ghost Factory Racing team. And just going to the front there, the Cannondale Factory Racing team, South African champion, Candice Lillen, alongside of the world marathon champion, Mona Mitterweiler. And they are second overall on in the race. And just behind them, Vera Losa and her American champion partner, Alexis Skada. Perspective on where they are. Lots of trails up and down the side of the mountain here on the Jonkershoek side, and then they head across to the other side, and we'll come down the Firehat Trail, having gone up the Bosluis. You can see where the men are, Thomas Ditch and Stefan Sam on the Bulls Media e-bike, and Jesse Nixon is following the women's races. They start the long climb up towards the Neverending Trail. Stefan Sam we're with right now, and they'll turn out of that river trail, head down a gravel road across the low-level bridge at the Easter River, and then up onto the other side. This can be tricky. There's a little bump and a river crossing down, at least a drainage bump down here. They've got to be very careful. No problem at all for these top professional riders. They handle it comfortably enough. Little kicker, and then they're on the single track again once they've gone up out of this little valley.
And it can happen, Gerald. You talk about tricky descents, and we've talked a lot already about the technical trails, that sometimes it can be something as benign as a small rock in a wide open road that could ruin the chances of not only a stage win, but overall. And heading for defending that third spot overall is Hans Becking and Wout Alleman, a great pairing. They both have found their perfect match, you could say. This is a team in absolute symbiosis, and their third spot overall general classification is proof of that. They've put together an amazing campaign. They've worn the yellow jersey, they've won a stage, and a fantastic day out and a fantastic week out for them.
Let's hear from Stefan Sam on the bike as they hit Bosluis now. Stefan, having fun out there?
Absolutely. Yeah, I know these trails from back in the days when I lived in Stellenbosch, so it's just a pleasure to ride here.
Hans Becking and Wout Alleman really attacking second place, it seems now. They're hunting that second place on Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, going well.
Absolutely. They're not doing crazy things, keeping it controlled in the downhills, don't risk anything. Keep a steady pace uphill, really going a good rhythm. Finney had some problems on the uphill to Armageddon. Yeah, it's going to be interesting for today.
These two look as though they have regained their form they had earlier in the week, and they're looking very, very hungry here.
Absolutely. Working perfectly as a team, never leaving big gaps. Yeah, this is how it should look like.
Is that the speed we see on your device and on your bike there?
27, 25 uphill.
Easy, isn't it?
Easy, absolutely for me. No, the guys are hauling, it's crazy.
I guess it's just also for all the amateur riders when you also just realize the speed these professionals are riding on these trails. It's it's really amazing.
Stefan, you followed every kilometre of their race this year, and Hans Becking was talking about how fatigued they all are. You have a grandstand seat on that. You can see it, can't you?
I can see it, yes. No, it's
not you.
For me. No, it's so much fun to the guys seeing developing the race throughout the weekend. Like we always say, we have the best seat in town in the race. It's just a privilege to follow these guys.
Yeah, and if you see the pictures, it's really like you see at Wout Alleman, he is on a mission. He really doesn't make it easy for his partner Hans Becking. He, whenever comes a little kick out of the saddle, trying to keep the momentum and take actually also the speed over, carry the speed over with little kicks.
And back to the Bulls, the leading men. The Bulls team is a legendary team at the Absa Cape Epic. Now in the 20th edition, it's only appropriate that they're at the front of affairs. The Bulls team really started. They arrived at the race in 2007 for the first time, and were dominant in the proceedings and fighting it out with Team Cannondale Vredestein back in 2007. Eventually winning the race, Carl Platt and Stefan Som, and both of them winning 3 races, 3 Absa Cape Epics together, and Carl Platt winning 5, including the original, the very first, the inaugural Absa Cape Epic. And just on these two teams, the Bulls team is a well-known trade team in marathon racing, and perhaps not being as dominant as they have in the last few years. But I think it was going back to 2008. We looked at the stats, looked at the numbers. The last time Bulls won a grand finale stage was in 2008, and that was Carl Platt and Stefan Som. Stefan Som will remember that day very well. Had another epic battle with Cannondale Vredestein, and eventually conceding to the team of Roel Paulison, the 2-time winner, and Jakob Fuglsang, who went on to a successful career on the road. And Bulls team are looking fantastic out there. It looks like a really good day for them. Urs Huber and Simon Schneller.
Yeah, and Simon actually makes nice pace and in a way also caring about his partner, not going too fast. But for Urs, it's a tough one. And of course, if you get the last minute call out for the Cape Epic, you also know what you're in for, and he has he has also his pedigrees, and he has also a lot of wins in under his belt. So it's suffering for him, but I think also that he knows how to suffer.
Imagine that it's certainly worth it when you have the carrot dangling in front of you of a grand finale stage win. Urs Huber has not won a grand finale stage win, nor has Simon Schneller. So hyper motivated and prepared to put any of the pain is worth it, basically, is what I'm saying. They would absolutely be super motivated for the stage, and they have clearly earmarked it. They earmarked stage 5, and didn't quite get there with the battle for overall general classification going on, and they have saved themselves for the grand finale. And in the picture now, setting a high rhythm, is Matt Beers on the smooth roads. This is his terrain. Just a slightly less steep climb is perfect for him. Howard Grotz matching him pedal stroke for pedal stroke. Grotz, there were question marks going into the race with Howard Grotz. He had big shoes to fill. Matt Beers is a 2-time champion. He won in 2021 and in 2023, both with cross-country partners, very fast cross-country races. Christopher Blevins is was the world champion in the short track, And Matt Beers' partner in 2021 was Jordan Saru, also a former world champion in the Olympic discipline, both specialists in the short track or shorter races, the 90-minute efforts, the 20-minute efforts. And he has had, Howard Grotz has filled those boots admirably.
Well, Thomas Deitch is sitting on their wheels on the Bulls Media e-bike. And Thomas, they're on a downhill now. They're looking very, very comfortable, Thomas. Would that be right? It's heading down that trail. They'll hit a corner here and head up. There's a short little kicker they're coming up to now, and they'll head up to the second level of the fire hut. Thomas, how are they looking, these two, the yellow jerseys? They're looking strong from our perspective. Short kicker, a cement dual track for a little while, and then it breaks down into a rougher trail. And not too long ago, this was completely unrideable. The floods, the heavy rains that struck this part of the world in June, July last year devastated a lot of these trails. An incredible amount of hard work's gone into rehabilitating not just the trails, but these tracks as well, and has made them rideable again, and giving the riders the experience here. There's a very marked difference in the cadence of these two riders, isn't there?
Yeah, so Howard Grotz definitely tries to keep a bit higher spinning pedal stroke, but I mean it's also Matt Beers' feature. He is a very strong rider. He's big, and he has also the lever like from his legs. He definitely can push also with higher, like with bigger gears, and this is what I mean. This is also his quality. If you see like more flattish or even so slightly climbs.
Back with Stefan Sam now and the Buff Mega Moped. They'll hook left now and onto that cement track climb. It is Wout Alleman and Hans Becking doing all they can to try and escape the World Bicycle Relief team, not only defending their third place, but attacking fourth place, second place at least. That's their motivation today, to get up onto one step below the top on the podium at the conclusion of this race. They wore the yellow jerseys for a couple of days after taking them from Schurter and Finney after they'd won it on the prologue. But that's the helicopter behind them. Well, that'll tell this pair where the chasers are. Simon Schneller and Urs Huber behind them. Schneller, in fact, rode the Conquest Trek earlier this year, finished third there with Axel Rudel Courtenay, his original partner. Unfortunately, the Frenchman had an accident just shortly before coming out to South Africa for the Absa Cape Epic. They're dropping into the Fire Hut Trail, one of the real favorites here, one of the older trails here. And it is a trail that, well, some of the legends of this part of mountain biking here, Paul the Plumber and the like, got hold of Bennett Nell and said, come on, we need a trail here. And they built it many years ago. And it's gone through a number of rehabilitations, number of fires and so on, but it is an absolute thrill, this.
Yeah, and if you consider that the Bulls Maverick teams and also the Toyota Specialized 91 team actually had been close together earlier, and so here Simon Schneller and Urs Huber, they managed to pull quite a bit away, but also it could be that Matt Beers, I mean, he knows also all these trails, that he in a way just tries to keep them inside and makes the move then later on the stage when it goes actually again very rough into the trails down to Mont Marie.
Yeah, it does get rougher. And this stage has that sting in the tail once they pass Coetzenburg. Some might say cruel it is as you pass so close to the finish, right past the finish.
I think I used.
You're happy with that? And then head out. In a way, it harks back to the early years of the Absa Cape Epic. That was a bit of a hallmark of some of the early race directors, that bring them close to the finish and then send them away. And that's exactly what the story is today on this grand finale as they explore the trail network around Stellenbosch. And Beers leading drops down the Fire Hut Trail. It is spectacular stuff, fast and smooth. A few little drops, but and a couple of jumps near the bottom. Two little sections here they're riding today. There is a higher section, a little more twisty and switchback laden, but Beer's loving this.
And we did a very informal time check at the turn-off as they went down into Fire Hut, and it's around about a minute gap or so, and it shows that the bulls are absolutely motivated. And then Buff Megamo go through there around about, looks like just over 2 minutes behind the bulls. So the gaps are already stretching out early on in the stage, and we're around about 35 kilometers in to the 67-kilometer trail. So we're just past the halfway mark.
On board with Stefan Saam down the Fire Hut Trail behind Hans Becking, the Dutch national champion, and ahead of him is his partner Wout Alleman, the European champion, the Belgian, and they've been one of the standout teams at this year's Absa Cape Epic, on and off the bike. Their spirit has been incredible. They've when they lost the yellow jerseys, they were incredibly comfortable with it, happy that they just enjoyed their 2 days in the yellow jerseys, and they were happy to just continue on their journey here. And they brought a great spirit. They seem to have the fire back today, though, because they know if they go really well today, they could put pressure on Sebastian Finney, particularly in the World Bicycle Relief team, as he and Nino Schurter try and stay in second place. 1 minute and 11. Keep emphasizing that, but that's the gap back, and perhaps we'll get an idea fairly shortly as to what the gap is between these two teams.
Well, we did get a time check at the 22-kilometer mark. They're already past the 35K mark, but at the 22K mark, World Bicycle Relief were only 30 seconds in front of World Bicycle Relief. Buff Megamo, World Bicycle, that gap on overall, that would be the virtual leaderboard that Buff Megamo are now eating into that advantage. That 1 minute and 11 advantage is now down to 30 seconds. Just to show you where we are on the trail, around about the halfway mark. In the middle, we can see Fire Hut. They've passed that section there, the top section of Fire Hut, and now they'll be heading into Jonkersdrift, the final section of the trail, before they hit the Toyota Tough section called G-Spot. That'll be a highlight to watch. The rolling jumps from G-Spot will be a fitting end. And disaster for the Buff Megamo team. Can they fix it?
Flat front tire.
Saw Willier tear past them, and now it's all about how quickly they can plug that. Look, you can see there, Wout Alleman is putting a plug into the tire. They've spotted the issue, and now great teamwork from these two. Hans Becking will look to inflate the tire as fast as possible, and that was extremely quick. Quick attendance to what potentially could be something that put that podium spot for the stage win at risk.
Well, that is a great example of how professional these riders are in effecting repairs to a puncture. Absolutely.
And work as a team.
Yeah.
You could also see that Hans Becking already had the bomb out, ready to bomb the tire, while Wout Alleman still tried actually to plug it. And the moment he pulled the plug out, the bomb got released, and Hans put the pressure, the CO2 in.
These are things that they practice to get right when they're on the trail, and not waste any more time than that has gone.
Yeah, and it's also like little things just to save time, that you have like plugs that you just have with insulation tape. You have it on your handlebar, easy grip, but you don't first have to fiddle around in your pockets to get these things, because to have a puncher, that's probably the most common
mechanical issue, yeah.
What you have. So, and these things, a bomb, and also then the plugs, this you need to have accessible.
Well, there's Schurter and Finney. They sense now, they can see them. They were about 30-odd seconds behind when last we checked on the checkpoint. Now it is much closer due to that mechanical issue. And Becking and Alleman now will feel the heat from the world champion. He knows these trails. He loves these trails. They're a few better, but he can't go too hard. He's got to look after his partner, Sebastian Finney, here in the Danish champion's jersey.
And Nino Schurter, the two of them are wearing different trade team outfits and different outfits completely, in fact, and they formed this partnership specially for the race. World Bicycle Relief. Nino Schurter is well known as a 10-time world champion. He is not the world marathon champion, however. That is one title that's I think it's the only world title that has eluded him. He's been Olympic champion, world champion several times, World Cup champion, and also an Absa Cape Epic champion twice.
He can see them, and this is his playground, that's for sure. He's closing in so quickly, Nino Schurter.
Yeah, and little things can make a difference. I just noticed also that Sebastian Fini, he had like, you know, in the trails where it's just ever so slightly goes down, how to in a way use the dropper seat post. Are you putting it down, or do you leave it a bit higher up? But you still can also have a pedal stroke. If it's too low, then it's like, yeah, you don't actually create that force, that power. And here actually in a way, Nino also managed to open up a gap to Sebastian Fini.
Down the low reaches of the Fire Hut Trail again. Cannot say enough about these trails. The work done, the love put into these trails by everyone involved here in Stellenbosch to maintain and create and drive it. The passion is amazing. Nino Schurter almost taking off. Unbelievable over that last little jump. Out they go. They'll head across, back across the bridge and the river, and then it is onto the Dentist Trail, which runs along the river, close to the river, through the forest. Pop out of that, and very soon they'll be into the Jonkersdrift Trail. Schurter looks over his shoulder, sees where Fini is. That's the race today. How is Sebastian Fini going to manage the pace that Nino Schurter is laying down here today? And just up ahead, well, they are chasing, I think that's Daniel Gesmeyer and his partner. And then further up the road is Becking and Alleman, a buff Megamo pair. That's the race on today. Meanwhile, up the road, the Bulls Mavericks, Simon Schneller and his partner is Urs Huber. And we're now on the Dentist Trail. This is the handiwork of the dentist in town and a passionate trail builder, Corey Miller, and the Stellenbosch Trail Fund, who come and rehab this every year because mostly it gets washed away by the rains. And we're on the wheel of Andreas Servold and his partner, Mark Stutzman of Canyon City.
Yeah, and this trail actually from the road, from the Jonkershoek road, is not so easy to see, but it's really like the road. It's maybe just 50 or 100 meters on the right-hand side from this trail.
Heading up to Jonkershoek, that's right. I love it. You get a sense of being in a forest, yet the road is just there, but it's a lovely little trail. And there are two trails. This is the outward trail, and there's a different one coming in down below this. In fact, you can just see it there, is the inward trail. So you don't ride into anyone. You can go flat out here and no problem at all. You're not going to see anyone.
And these two riders here, the Canyon CD team, are going flat out indeed. It's the narrow trails. This is as fast as you can ride them. This is the world's best marathoners in front of us. The world marathon champion, the former world marathon champion, Andreas Servold, in front of us right now, and ahead of him is his partner, Mark Stutzman, the 2023 Swiss Epic champion and the Swiss champion also. They went into today's stage in 4th spot from overall general classification, and they did have a 3-minute 24 to make up over Buff Megamo, but it doesn't look like today is going to be their day. We expected more from this team because we had very high expectations. We arguably expected them to be one of the favorites for the overall general classification win. Not to be for them. They had a disappointing first couple of days, but made good with a stage win. And Servold and Stutzman are on the charge now and hoping to get back into contention with the very front of the field. And you will remember them winning the stage in stage 3 is the stage that they won, and looking to repeat that, but looks unlikely with the motivation of the Bulls. Urs Huber is coming good at the end of race week.
Drop down now off that trail. They've come out brief on the tar and they head through a section known locally as Kirikwak. They'll hold down the paving here. Stretch a little bit. It's that sort of day today with so much single track. It's intense all the way. Not too much opportunity, firstly, to stretch, and secondly, to refuel. You've got to be very, very clever about when you refuel. Like now, maybe, on this, this gravel.
No, it
yeah,
would be definitely
this is
possible,
the time.
yeah. And I mean, it's also all of the riders, like the lower back. We also saw it with Sebastian Fini. He also tried really like to use each opportunity to maybe just give his back a little bit of stretch. Yeah, it works. It just really works your whole body, and yeah, you need also then to take advantage if you can quickly give your body a bit of stretch.
Give it an opportunity just to talk about your off the bike when you were racing at the sharp end. Your off the bike preparation, physical training. What was that? What did you do?
Yeah, I did. I mean, core workout, core training is very important for, especially like also for mountain biking, because your upper body also, it's not just static, but you just actually hold the handlebar. So you work the whole time. Lower back is very important. Your the shoulder, neck area needs to also be strengthened, and abdomen training. Like the core needs to be very, very solid trained.
So this is the leading women on the race, both in general classification and now on the trails on stage number 7 as they head down the dirt road across the river, and they have completed the trails on the northern side of Jonkershoek, and they'll be very shortly up the short little dirt road track drag and then onto Bosluis, the single track climb, which will eventually lead them out to Fire Hut. That's Anne Terpstra and Nicole Kohler and Candice Lill.
Candice Lill, we don't see Mona Mitterwallner in the picture right now, and Candice Lill will be highly aware there's a bit of a gap.
She's trying to get to the front here to get on the single track, which is where she'll have an opportunity to just slow the pace a little and bring her partner back into the game here. Mona Mitterwallner, Candice Lill, clever riding here. The single track is just across the road, and I'm not sure that the Ghost team are going to be able to prevent her from getting onto that trail first. Indeed, she is into it early.
She is in, yeah.
Well, very clever move tactically by Candice Lill, and just neutralizing the attack from Ghost Factory Racing. And the Ghost Factory Racing they've proved their tactics to be very effective, and just letting Candice Lill get ahead of them in the trail. Candice Lill taking a drink, and obviously just letting the pace lull a little bit, allowing her partner Mona Mitterwallner to come back. Mona Mitterwallner, the world champion, the world marathon champion, and arrived at the race. Her first, and at the young age of 22, has achieved so much already. 2 World Cups, 2 World Championships jerseys, and the Absa Cape Epic, the long week that she's had at the Absa Cape Epic, the longest stage race she's ever done. Clearly extremely fatigued at this point in the race.
Jesse Nixon is on the Bulls Media e-bike here. Jesse, a bit of a gap here. Mona just trying to stay in touch.
Yeah, so the main group's pulled away from Mona on the downhill a bit, so we're trying to catch up.
Well, clever tactical work from Candice to get on the front there.
Yes, definitely an amazing move.
What are the conditions like there, Jesse?
Really nice. So there's a bit of moisture on the trails at the moment. So the trails are running really fast.
Clearly, you're enjoying riding with these riders. Been a good week.
Yeah, it's the best.
The last person who rode the Bulls Media e-bike is in fact now riding the race.
Indeed, she is.
Isla Stowe, you know, does this stoke that fire?
Yeah, Isla's doing a great job out there. She's actually my sister, so it's really cool we could share this experience with each other.
Well, fantastic. You're keeping a close eye on that, and Mona's closing up. Candice doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we also saw something what made me a bit smile. When Candice went into the trail, just a bit calming down, like just slowing down a little bit, have a drink, have a sip, which in a way also invites the other riders also to just, okay, grab your bottle. And it's like, I noticed that many times, that it's like, yeah, if you just also start with that, other riders now also just slowing down a bit, take the advantage to also just nurse yourself a bit.
And it's almost as if she's saying, look, I'm in charge just for now, and I'll dictate when the pace goes up and when we drink.
I mean, there's no need for the Ghost Factory team now in a way to push past, because it's like you also can't on these very narrow single trails.
Well, the UCI women's category, the Aramex women's category, they have passed through the 22-kilometer mark, and we do have some time checks for you with Cannondale Factory Racing and Ghost Factory Racing passing through that time check, 1 hour and just under 1 hour and 20 minutes. And Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Lexus Scarda were the next on the trails, next to arrive 17 seconds later. That gap has obviously extended since then, but Toyota Specialized 91 losing time 1 minute and 44. They arrived at the 22-kilometer mark. So we'll be able to get a chance later to look back the trail and to see where the third spot overall general classification position riders are Vilafana and Samara Shepherd. But looking to get some podium time on today's grand finale, the prestigious grand finale. Vera Loza and Lexus Scarda, the defending champion, riding with the American champion Lexus Scarda, and looking to break the record or break the streak of the top three teams. We haven't seen any other teams on the podiums all week. It's been Cannondale Factory Racing, Ghost Factory Racing and Toyota Specialized 91 dominating the podium and breaking that streak. Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza, Lexus Scarda. They've got their work cut out for them. Got to keep Toyota Specialized 91 at bay. And it'll be a great highlight for the Namibian and the American.
This trail, the Bosluis Trail, has been ridden in the other direction of the Absa Cape Epic in years gone by. And it has become a climb, and in fact the extension of Bosluis, when they come out onto the road just now, in fact there is a section that goes straight up, short-circuiting the road climb that these riders will do. You can take the single track up there. But race director Enrico Berger decided that he'd put them on the road to take them around to the top. That you can just see the entrance to the next section straight ahead there. Great to see the support on the trail. It'll really encourage these riders. And again, Mona Mittenwaller really is struggling to stay on the wheel for any consistent time. World champion gets out of the saddle and drives. Well, she spoke yesterday in an interview with one of our colleagues about how much she has learned this week. She's just alluded to the fact that she's probably never learned as much about mountain biking as she has this week. It is something of a PhD in mountain biking if you come into it young, raw, and keen to learn.
And you learn about yourself.
Absolutely.
I mean, it puts you this week, or the Absa Cape Epic puts you really into the herd box, and it's you learn about yourself, you learn which things worked for you, and also for future times when she would come back to the Cape Epic, but she would maybe also make some changes in the preparation.
Well, I mean, we've had many one-time visitors here and winning the race, the likes of Kate Courtney. Also, Hayley Batten came and won Anna van der Breggen once off, and they would have learned a great deal and went off and perhaps took some of those lessons into their careers further on. This is the Bulls Mavericks. Simon Schneller on the front and Urs Huber. They're on the Jonkersdrift Trail, which is high above the road up to Jonkershoek. This is not a public accessible trail. This is perhaps the only trail all day today in which the general public cannot have access to it through private land. So thank you to them for allowing us to use this land, but it's a wonderful trail. And Simon Schneller and Urs Huber are first through the Jonkersdrift Trail here. Just over the next rise will be the Bergpad. They're familiar with that. And then the race village down below them on the fields. They'll get a look at that. This is a trail built by the caveman, Conrad Stolz, about 4 or 5 years ago. And he built that jump line that the riders finished on yesterday. and a lovely mazy trail. But it takes some work to get to the top of the trail here. Schneller and Uber looking to race to glory on the grand finale day today, as that'll give you a perspective of where we are. Just over halfway on today's stage, but there's some gnarly sections to come before they get to the finish.
Yeah, they definitely won't be counting their chickens at this point, and Simon Schneller setting the pace, the German setting the pace on the downhill. The German's an experienced campaigner at the Absa Cape Epic. He's finished 5 already, best position, 5th in 2022, riding with, of course, Urs Huber and the tried and tested partnership of the Swiss and the German, with Huber with 12 epics under his belt. 12 Absa Cape Epics, 6 stage wins and 1 overall win. So fantastic record for the Swiss rider, and is a multiple national champion and worthy of a stage win at the grand finale. It's almost a surprise that he has not actually seen the top step of the podium in the grand finale. Sometimes perhaps allowing just being content for the other teams not contending for overall general classification. Certainly in his heyday, wanting just to consolidate his effort in the final. But now with the stage win, potential stage win under his in his sights, he'll be looking to really make it count and stay in touch with his partner Simon Schneller, the powerful German.
Yeah, in a way, doing what Beers and Grotz are doing here. Not too concerned about if an attack goes off the front, just defending their position, not taking too many risks, too much to lose. And Schneller and Uber trying to capitalize here and capture a win. But as we leave the Jonkersdrift Trails, they know they've got a lot of hard work to do. OB, for the finish to be just around the corners, they'll go to the Eerste River on their right-hand side. They'll pass the low-level crossing very, very shortly where they exited Coetzenburg, which is right there, and they'll head up a familiar climb again. But trail, they came in here yesterday. They know it only too well, but they are in fine shape at the moment, the Bulls Mavericks. We'll get a time check very shortly as they go through Coetzenburg at around 47 kilometers. And you'll know the gap back to Toyota Specialized 91 Buff. Megamo is a team of great interest today. They're in 3rd place, but they have lost a little bit of that advantage they had over World Bicycle Relief, which was around 38 seconds going through the 22 kilometer checkpoint. They lost that due to the puncture they suffered on the Fire Hut descent.
And we saw the professionalism and how quickly they managed to repair that damage. The plug in the tire, the tubeless tires, letting the sealant inside the tire already pre-sealed and added before the race by the diligent mechanics. The sealant doing its job, just the plug giving it just a little bit of extra reinforcement and letting the sealant do its job. And a really fast repair, some great teamwork, and just back with the Bulls right now. And talking of the Bulls were one of the teams that absolutely mastered the art of damage control. If there was ever any issues on the trail, Urs Huber and Karl Platt and also Stefan Sam were able to manage the damage so quickly and so efficiently and with precision that any issues that they had, they were able to deal with and get back on the trail. And that was pivotal in their victories.
And they always came with a really strong backup team as well, so they were able to mitigate those issues should they need them with their backup team. So this is Schneller and Uber bending and tucking in behind his taller partner, the Swiss champions, former Swiss champions logo on his arms.
Well, he'll know he is suffering greatly, but he knows it is absolutely worth it. Plus, he can always call to his partner just to slow down, back off maybe 0.5%, 1%. That's what it's all about. It's just managing their efforts to the finish. Still a bit to go as they head towards the trail, towards the grand finale in Coetzenburg.
It looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's roaming up behind them. Well, this is Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, and probably Gasmar, the Austrian champion, and his partner behind them.
Simon Schneller and Urs Huber reaching the summit of their short kicker in the Bergpad Trail, which brought them to the finish yesterday on stage 6, but today is just a precursor and a teaser, as they'll see the finish of the race village just down below them, the grand finale finish, but they will have to ride on some very rugged trails to come as they take hold of this grand finale stage. They will head up the Gum Up climb. Again, the race director Enrico Berger's wicked, slightly warped sense of humour, sending the riders up a trail that everyone in Stellenbosch rides down.
Yeah, and I think it's not just that one, yes.
Yes, there are enough of those, yeah.
There's also in Paradise Cliff, there are also like some trails which the riders have to go against the normal direction, so that's actually quite rooty, and you bump into these roots all the time. It's like, yeah, you get stopped by the roots.
That's in the Eden forest, the root structure there, very prominent and above ground there. So yeah, you've got to keep momentum going. This is Beers and Grotz. They're riding a section which they captured yesterday's stage when they rode away from Fabian Ravensteiner and Samuel Poro. But Beers and Grotz looking for all the world very, very comfortable at the moment. The Toyota Specialized 91 pair in second place on the trail, but of course in those GVT yellow jerseys denoting the race leaders. They've won 2 stages in a row now. The third team to have worn the yellow jerseys, Schurter and his partner Finney on the opening after the prologue, and then Becking and Alleman, and then this pair, and took them from them. Matthew Beers, the South African marathon champion, looks over his shoulder first at Howard Grotz to just check he's okay, no problem at all. The American has been absolutely rock solid all week, and then to have a little further look to see if any team is ranging up behind them. Up ahead of them, well, not too far ahead of them, are Simon Schneller and Urs Huber. And look, there's the race village. That is the finish of the grand finale of the Absa Cape Epic. They sweep past it. They'll go across the dam wall, get a fleeting glimpse of glory, and then have to go and work extremely hard to make sure they retain their position at the front of this trail. Again, people out on the trails, lovely. Great opportunity. If you see the start, then you can come up on the trails here, watch them go past here, and there's enough time to get across to G-Spot if you want. Watch them come down there, because they've got to go way beyond that through Eden and Mont Marie before coming back to G-Spot. So great spectator areas.
And at the dam, which we are approaching very soonly, I guess we also would get another split time.
Yeah, that's the water point.
And also definitely important that you take a bit something more to eat for the last couple kilometers. So you will definitely need to have a bit some more fuel to refuel.
So Simon Schneller and Urs Huber of Team Bulls Mavericks roll through the point. Oops, a little bit of an overshoot. And Schneller has to drop behind Huber. Look at this, what a sight. Fantastic. An avenue of spectators lining the dam wall here, the Coetzenburg dam wall. Welcome these riders. Stellenbosch has come out, Cape Town, the Western Cape, come out to support the Absa Cape Epic in its 20th edition. And what better place to do it? Here, the Mecca mountain biking. This is where we had a World Cup here in 2018. And a very significant one when Nino Schurter's run of victories, consecutive run of victories of 7 consecutive World Cup victories, was snapped by Sam Gaze in a thrilling finish on the fields down below us here. But they're heading up into the mountains now, and Urs Huber, almost for the first time since we've been watching, is on the front of the train. Not far behind, Grotz and Beers. Now you can just imagine what it's going to be like as these two go through that water point and that forest of spectators there.
But it almost seems like that Urs Huber and Simon Schneller managed to actually open up the gap a bit more. So we're going to see what the split time tells us.
This is the yellow jerseys. Yep, the stage, it would be fantastic to win the stage, but not at the expense of
the yellow jerseys for Toyota Specialized 91, a legacy likes of which no other team has here, as well as the Bulls have done over the years. Toyota Specialized 91, the Specialized brand in all its incarnations, have been the most successful team in the history of the Absa Cape Epic. Sweeping down above the Stone Pines, they'll head into this water point and will absolutely, that was very good from Howard Grotz, just dropping his bottle and any gel packets in the water point to make sure that he didn't litter anywhere else on the trail. And you can imagine the noise here, firing these riders up. Absolutely fantastic.
So we can see there the 2-minute gap. So the Bulls Mavericks are making progress. They're gaining time on Toyota Specialized 91 at the first time check. That wasn't that move had not happened at that point, but the Bulls Mavericks and Toyota Specialized, that gap 2 minutes, and we still have to wait for Buff Megamo, Canyon CD, and the most importantly, losing time on the day, we're going to be keeping an eye on World Bicycle Relief's Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. 2 minutes at the first water point. That was the 22-kilometer mark, and now we're at the 48-kilometer mark. We'll have to see how much damage Toyota Specialized 91 have done to World Bicycle Relief, but most importantly, that spot on the overall podium. Buff Megamo and Canyon CD charging ahead and looking to gain time on their rivals.
So in between, like virtually World Bicycle Relief had still like about 30 seconds a gap to Buff Megamo, but then also remember that they had a puncher. We did it quite quickly, we fixed it quite quickly. Yeah, we were gonna see when both teams are coming into the water point and be getting also their split time.
Bit of a drag up this dirt road. It gets steeper and steeper before they hit the rocky trails, and the introduction to Gum Up, the trail built specifically for this year's event, or rehabilitated specifically for this event, redirected out of a rock garden into a slightly more rideable trail. And Beers and Grotz just ticking it off. Grotz is the superior climber of the two, and so he moves just onto the front here to lead the way as the gradient increases. And that'll give you an idea as we stand at the top where the camera is now. The riders will be heading to out of the left-hand side of your frame and onto the trails in this blue gum forest.
Well, we're just seeing the time checks coming in at the moment at the Coetzenburg section. That's the 48-kilometer mark. 48 Ks into the 67-kilometer time, the 67-kilometer stage, and Bulls Mavericks cross through their 2 hours of racing in. Toyota Specialized 91 at 2 minutes. Willia Vittoria Factory at 2:41. Buff Megamo 3:32, and Canyon CD at 4:13. Still waiting for World Bicycle Relief at third spot of the podium, looking under threat. Here they come. Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney riding for World Bicycle Relief. Going to be clicking the stopwatch and seeing exactly where they are, and at 4:49 back. But we're not looking at the deficit to Bulls Mavericks. We're not even looking at the deficit to Toyota Specialized 91. We're looking at Buff Megamo, Canyon CD, and World Bicycle Relief. That's where it's all about. It's those 4th, 5th, and 6th spots passing through that time check that are looking for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So we could well be seeing a shuffle in the general classification going into or coming into the finish.
6 seconds. What a race. What a race we've got on our hands here for the second place on the podium. Nino Schurter spoke yesterday. He was, no question, he and Sebastian Finney are really, really fatigued. In the words of Hans Becking, anyone who says they're not fatigued is lying. But they are digging very, very deep. But when you get a bike number and a board on your bike and you're in danger of losing a position, you want to win.
6 seconds in it, and Canyon CD in 4th spot currently on, before we went into the stage, they were 4th spot on overall GC, and still around just under 4 minutes back off 3rd spot. So Canyon CD looks, at this point, looks unlikely they'll be able to unseat World Bicycle Relief or Buff Megamo from that spot, but Buff Megamo already a little ahead, 6 seconds ahead of World Bicycle Relief if the race were to stop now. That's on overall, the virtual overall general classification.
The other team in there, Scott Kalabandida Majawi from Paweł Bernas in the Polish champions jersey. He's on the front. a roadie, predominantly. In fact, that's his trade team jersey, and Sergio Manticon Gutierrez, a regular here at the Absa Cape Epic in the Spanish Marathon Champions jersey. Now into the gum up climb, steep climb it is, and we are sitting with the bulls. This is Urs Huber on the back here, and Simon Schneller.
Yeah, and we managed 2 days ago to clear out here the last bits and pieces of this blue gum, who came, yeah, also probably with storms, who had fallen over. And I just was 2 days ago, I was here on this section, and we still worked on it and tried to get these massive stumps out of the way.
Yeah, this is a rock garden like no other. These trees in the storms last year, some of these huge blue gums, oh, that's what can happen.
Yeah, and it's really like blocked. It's like it's like, and then also to see really where to go, where is now the actually trail to ride. It's not so easy, because your focus is like, I mean, also if you watch your partner who is ahead, and but also to have a good sight for the line, to that you're not in a way again smash, or like that your derailleur doesn't take any toll. So you have to be very focused, and also a bit farther ahead. There's also a lot of rocks, and you have little kicks, and you have to lift your rear wheel to make sure that you don't get a puncture.
By definition, this is a technical uphill, just with the amount of work, the amount of just the upper body work that you would have to do to get over this trail. And also, if you're a team, or if you're a rider who's just on the limit, trying to stay in touch with a small group, some of these little rocky sections we saw earlier requires just a bit of a boost of power. If you're already on the limit, that's just going to be all that much harder. And then forcing an error, forcing a rider to walk. We saw Urs Huber making a slight mistake there, but true professional, back on the pace, back onto his partner Simon Schneller. Now we're back with the bulls. We just caught a glimpse of in the trees Matt Beers and Howard Grotz, and we're back with the Bulls Media e-bike. Stefan Sam, he knows what it's like to lead this race. He knows what it's like to win a stage, and he gets a perfect rider's eye view, and bringing the world the rider's eye view from the Bulls Media e-bike. And these are the sections we were talking about.
It's quite blocked,
these
yeah.
Tricky sections. They are, if you're fresh and if you go through the section not on the limit, then it is rideable, but with the full pace set by Simon Schneller, it just makes it just a little bit more difficult. These tricky, rocky sections. Hopefully that won't delay Urs Huber too much on their campaign. They have a 2-minute buffer on the team of Toyota Specialized 91. Matt Beers and Howard Grotz content to leave the Bulls team, let them go up the road. They have a 1 hour 46 lead over them on overall general classification. No threat to them on overall GC, and the Bulls are set free to rampage and look for the grand finale stage win.
The G-Spot trail is down to their right, much smoother, much more fun trail down to the right. They'll come back for that very, very shortly. But this trail is a very favorite for hikers, some bikers, and it is used very, very often by the local community here. A little kicker up here, again, some rocks that will be ridden over and dealt with, no problem at all. Work done here, amazing. The Stellenbosch Trail Fund, and Nathi Msopi, the man who drives those trail builders, and he himself comes out, rides, just clears areas, makes sure everything's okay. There's a log that's fallen across, they quickly get it out the way and sort away if it needs to be. You can see the glimpse of the feathers and the flags of the Toyota Tough section. The glorious G-Spot awaits, but they've got work to do before they earn that reward.
Yeah, there's still a bit something to, yeah, still some kilometers before we get back, before we're coming back to G-Spot. I'm wondering if we're also like blocking it, because for the people who don't know G-Spot, I mean, there are quite some lines which you actually can take, because it's like different width of gap jumps you can take. And if you don't know the trails, it can be
very tricky.
Quite tricky.
And there is a hospital no more than half a kilometre away with an army of
well-positioned hospital.
With an army of orthopedic surgeons there who Yeah, they are kept busy every weekend, that's for sure, because G-Spot, as fun as it is, if you don't know the trail, it can be very, very dangerous. We saw Beers and Grotz riding over that rocky section there very efficiently indeed, and dealing with it. Into Eden Forest, again, one of the original trails here in Stellenbosch, way back, harking to the days of, well, when young Hendrico Berger was a young man here, and Spoor Groenewald, another of our commissaires and race route planners, and they were part of the team, and school kids who used to come and play in these forests and create trails here, and they've sustained, maintained, and they are being ridden in the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. What a sight. Fantastic. They go up to the top of this forest and then drop down some nice fun single track. So they're making use, they really are riding as much of the trail as possible here in Stellenbosch. Getting a full sighter on all these wonderful trails. Schneller leading the way. Uber almost bent double. The experienced Swiss rider. He's won some of the toughest races in the world multiple times. The Crocodile Trophy, renowned as one of the wildest events down in Australia in its early years. And Ursula would go back year in, year out and win that solo.
And also 2 times Transalp winner, Urs Huber, a well-known campaigner in stage races. And he would definitely say that the crowning achievement of of a long career, considering he was 3rd in World Marathon Championships in 2008, a long career certainly for the Swiss rider, the multiple champion, the multiple Swiss champion, considers that his 2016 Absa Cape Epic victory is the pinnacle of his career.
On the right-hand side of your picture there, the women, the Aramex UCI women's race, they are heading up the Jonkersdrift Trail, and it is, as you were now, the Ghost Factory Racing team have opened a significant gap, it appears, on Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalder, the second place team for Cannondale Factory Racing. It was clear as they were leaving Jonkershoek that Mona Mitterwalder was certainly the weaker of the two in that Cannondale team, but again, Kohler on the front here.
And she certainly did look vulnerable, Mona Mitterwalder, in the World Championships. Unusual sight for the double World Cup winner, double world champion, but it is early in her season, and she's a young rider, still understanding her physiology, understanding how she'd react to an 8-day stage race. Terpstra Collar looking very much in charge, completely smooth and almost virtually no threat, and it could be a complete full flush for them. Absolutely spotless record, 8 out of 8 stages for the Swiss and the Dutch rider as they head up their final assault, their last stage and the last half of the stage, heading into the grand finale. And a hero's welcome for them, their backup team. They brought their trade team. Ghost Factory Racing is an all-women trade team and one of the best in the business on the World Cup scene.
But in this picture, we also could now see that the gap they could open up was now quite massive, and they could have like this in this sharp bend. They also could have a look back to see where are now Mona Mitterwalder and Candice Lill, and not inside at all.
They've raised the white flag in a way because Candice Lill has put her ailing partner on the front, and we will ride, in her mind, we'll ride at Mona's pace and get through the stage and see if she does recover. But there's not many opportunities to recover in the remaining kilometers of this stage, that's for sure.
It's a rugged trail. The latter half is all, it's heavy going, and we saw earlier the men's category going through that to climb up through the blue gum trees and some very tricky sections. If you're fatigued at this point, it's just going to be an extra challenge. It's certainly not smooth roads from here on. And you see in front of us Candice Lill in the South African National Championships jersey. She's a South African marathon champion and multiple South African champion in the cross-country Olympic discipline. And Mona Mitterwalder, we don't often see the World Championships jersey at the race. In fact, the first time we saw the World Marathon Championships jersey at the race was Ralph Neff, in fact, in 2007. And we also last year we saw
was it 2 years ago we saw Pauline Ferrand-Prévot in her World Championships jersey in the women's category. That was the first time we saw that. We saw those stripy jerseys. Nino Schurter has worn his jersey many times, but it's now the rules of the race and the governing body rules say that you have to wear the Marathon Championships jersey at the Absa Cape Epic.
This is one of the outcast riders, I think, riding past the second placed women's team here. An outcast rider is one of the UCI elite men who has lost his partner, and there have been a number of those. The likes of Tristan Lokier lost his partner, Mark Pritson. Johan van Zyl lost to Alex Miller. Of course, Georg Egger lost Lucas Baum yesterday. They can ride on, but they wear a specific jersey, and not allowed to involve themselves in the racing in any way at all.
And they're also starting in a different batch, yeah.
They start
after the women's category. Yeah.
Exactly, and it gives the chance the UCI riders. It's unique to the UCI categories, both in the men's and the Aramex women's category. The Lone Leopard jersey is the jersey that is given to the UCI riders. It helps identify them, identify riders that have lost their partners. Of course, the sportsmanship out on the field means that they wouldn't interfere with the racing, and we saw just how fast they went ahead. They should be approaching this team. He should be approaching this team very soon, but not interfering with the racing. That's in the spirit of the event, and but it still does give the UCI riders who've lost their partners a chance to continue and enjoy the race, enjoy the spectacle, as we are now enjoying the spectacle behind Mona Mitterwallner. And in front of us right now, just trailing her partner and keeping a close watch on her partner, is Candice Lill, a 4-time second place finisher. And she'll have to wait another year by the looks of things to launch an assault on victory. No easy feat winning this race in the Aramex women's category. It's getting more and more competitive. In fact, this year was the closest on time we've ever seen going into stage 7, going into the grand finale.
And these two ladies, or these two riders from the Ghost Factory team, you don't really make out a weaker or stronger partner. We really like taking turns, and so both are also technically very, very good riders. And yeah, it's just like a perfect combination for such a race.
Absolutely, and the synergy between the two. I mean, they've barely left each other so well. They've taken the turns at the right moments. It really has looked like, nothing's perfect, but it looks as like the perfect combination for the Absa Cape Epic. And they've ridden so far, the perfect race. High up on the mountain slopes of Stellenbosch Mountain, on the Jonkersdrift Trail now. It's almost as high as they'll get here. And then they'll head down towards the Bergpad Coetzenburg, a glimpse at the finish, and then on towards Eden and Mont Marie, and back to G-Spot. Well, they've done everything they possibly could right here. They've not put a pedal in the wrong place, and well, you just feel that the way they've ridden, they richly deserve the glory that comes with winning the Absa Cape Epic at their first attempt.
We'll never speak too soon. We don't want to speak too soon, but up until now, up until this point, they, as you said, haven't put a single foot wrong, which is highly unusual. Every team that seems that comes to this race, whether they're at the front or the back, they have a bad day, but no bad days for Ghost Factory Racing for sure.
Beautiful expression of the trails here as they flow beautifully along the hillside here. Gradient just helping them as they get some speed down through these wonderfully crafted trails. And, cleared, yes, storms and the weather that affected this part of the world last year resulted in a number of rock falls and bridges getting washed away, but they've all been rehabilitated and rebuilt to create this wonderful spectacle and a chance to ride. Nicole Kohler on the front, the 26-year-old Swiss rider, and 33-year-old Anne Terpstra, winner of a couple of World Cups, and a rider who has an eye on big fish to fry later this year in the Olympic Games and the World Cup scene. Both these riders will be heading to the World Cups, which start in Brazil, back-to-back races
in Brazil in 3 weeks' time. So this good preparation.
I believe so, that it's a good preparation, because also, I mean, they are, yeah, so we didn't got really put under so much pressure, so we can still, so the fatiguing for these two riders is definitely not on the highest end. Of course, we need to recover before we're flying out, etc., and before we're heading direction to Brazil.
Anna Terpstra and Nicole Koller on their way in the Chivita Orange Leaders jerseys here on the grand finale stage of the Absa Cape Epic, stage number 7. We had the prologue and then stages 1 to 7. So 8 days of racing. The prologue in Lawrenceburg. Then we headed out to Tilbach and Saronsburg for some brutally hard stages in that part of the world, not least of which because of the incredibly hot temperatures endured in the Coetzenburg Valley and in the Tilbach Valley. Transition day from Tilbach, they headed over the mountains onto Bainskloof Pass and into Wellington and rode some of the wild boar trails with which they would become far more acquainted over the next 2 days. Two great trail riding days in Wellington, and of course the Queen stage, and who will ever forget images of the cliffhanger? Certainly the riders won't forget it, but if you have not yet seen it, please look for them. That Queen stage was reduced in distance, but it didn't reduce the drama and thrill of riding those trails on stage number 4. Stage number 5 was another loop around Wellington on the Grunberg mountainside. In some senses, many thought it might be a rest day. Nothing of the sort on the Absa Cape Epic. Every day is hard, particularly deeper into the week, because the compounded effect of fatigue, mental and physical, does come into play. And that was a day that thoroughly gave the riders a great enjoyment of those trails. And then they all transferred through to Stellenbosch by vehicle before yesterday's stage 6, which explored the Simonsberg Conservancy and the Marathi Trail Network before finishing at Coetzenburg. And now the grand finale here, stage 7, 67 kilometers, 2,000 meters of climbing. And this pair, Ghost Factory Racing, have done everything they possibly can to put it to bed. And they're on their way, it seems, at this stage, to a glorious overall and perhaps stage victory here on the grand finale at Coetzenburg. Anna Terpstra, second rider here, and Nicole Koller. Terpstra from the Netherlands and Koller from Switzerland, riding their very first Absa Cape Epic. They haven't put a foot wrong. We're on board the helicopter following the leaders in the women's race, Ghost Factory Racing, as they head back into the Coetzenburg complex. Now they'll ride up onto the Bergpad trail that they rode yesterday at the conclusion of yesterday's stage. However, this is just passing through. They still have just under 20 kilometers of racing to get to the finish. And Anna Terpstra and Nicole Koller have got away from the Cannondale Factory Racing team of Candice and an ailing Mona Mittenwalner, and are now in comfortable control of this grand finale. We're on a trail called Elements, just near Mont Marie. Element Trail, another fast flowing with some jumps, not too many rocks. It really is a thrill, and you can see Simon Schneller and Urs Huber absolutely loving it.
And they're loving it, and they're reveling in the trails. We saw a little bit of a whip there, but they're also highly motivated. This is the first time since the Bulls, the trade team Bulls, have won a grand finale. Well, let's not speak too soon, but this could be the first victory since 2008. A long gap for a prestigious grand finale victory. Of course, they've won many titles and many stages between then and now, but that grand finale stage win is just something that has eluded them for so long. And
whoopsie!
We spoke too soon.
Yeah.
What do? Let's not curse anymore. Let's just keep quiet about winning that stage win, but Urshuber, let's just keep an eye on if he's back in touch with his partner, Simon Schneller.
Just overshooting the corner coming out of that Element trail. It is one of those you just want to go at as fast as you possibly can. A little rocky river trail here that'll drop them out at the lawns of the Mont Marie wine estate on the right-hand side. And then they will start the trek back along the lowest section of Eden towards G-spot. Well, a scary moment for Urshuber there. For a moment, that is the type of thing that can scupper your hopes of, let alone winning the stage, finishing the event itself. And so he got away with it, and safe and sound on the wheel of Simon Schneller. Just look behind him, is everything okay? Seems to be.
Well, very, very minor incident there for Urshuber, but a good that it happened, because there's no loss there, and also a little bit of a wake-up call. Just reminds Urshuber that just how on the edge the pace is at the moment. Simon Schneller absolutely cracking pace set by the German, the powerful German, and Urshuber not quite in the condition he wanted to be. It was a late call-up for him, replacing Axel Cordina, and just riding himself into form this week and taking it easy on a couple of the days, earmarking today's stage, and also having a good go at it on stage 5. Not to be on stage 5, Urshuber fights to get back in touch with his partner, Simon Schneller. Simon Schneller's job right now is to keep the pace high. He's got 2 jobs: keep the pace high and also look after Urshuber.
They'll pass through the USN hydro spot at Mont Marie. It is the race leaders today on the grand finale stage 7. The Bulls Mavericks, Simon Schneller and Urshuber in control of the stage just at the moment as they pass through that checkpoint. And they are now closing in on the finish, probably just over 10 Ks, maybe 9.5 kilometers from the finish. Some vineyard climbs to come.
And very close is also, I think, from Dylan Lewis, also like this beautiful sculpture gardens.
Yeah, it's right there. Yes, absolutely. One of the world's foremost sculptors. He's got his sculpture garden there. You may see some of his incredible artwork from there.
You need a proper garden to have this.
You need a fairly sizable garden if you want to have one of his pieces in your garden. Yes, they are not things you put on your mantelpiece, that's for sure. So this is the Toyota Specialized 91 pair. Howard Grotz and Matt Beers in the yellow jerseys, secure for now in that position. And they are looking to bring it home on the grand finale. They're very close, in fact, to the headquarters in Southern Africa of Specialized down at Blanklip Farm, just well, no more than perhaps from where they are there, 2 or 3 kilometers. So they'll get a very, very warm welcome when they get home. They have a passionate support and an incredibly professional setup. They do have the best record of winning this event.
Exactly, this is what I also just wanted to mention, that if you just take the wins over all the years, I mean, Specialized was very, very much in the lead here with all the wins.
Well, they're now chasing William Victoria, perhaps not chasing as much as Beers is looking down. He just looked down at his drivetrain there.
I mean, we have seen like this downhill in this forest. There are definitely also risks for a puncture or to get a mechanical. He has just a water point, and we don't see that he. That now, right now, it seems like that everything is fine again.
Yeah. Just there was a moment he sort of looked down. He drifted off Howard Gross to have a look down at his own drivetrain, but he seems to be okay with it. Ahead of them, William Victoria Factory, Fabian Rabenstein and Samuel Poro, second last yesterday, and now they're on the charge. They want to win a stage here. Rabenstein has had the taste of a grand finale win before, and he wants it again today.
We're just looking at the time check there. Over the gap is extending. The Bulls Mavericks have put 2.5 minutes into Toyota Specialized 91, but with William Victoria Factory, The gap to William Victoria Factory at that is just around 2 minutes. So the Bulls Mavericks only have a 2-minute advantage over the chasers, the nearest team that could upset their hopes, could dash their hopes of a grand finale stage win. And grand finale stage win would be great for the Bulls, and it would be shades of the glory in 2021 when they won stage 1 together. Great performance from the Bulls and in the early part of the 2021 campaign, with Simon Schneller and Urs Huber taking that inaugural stage, the full stage win. They didn't win the prologue, but stage 1 they were victorious. Looking to, they know they can do it. They have the ability, but it's a matter of keeping the Willia Victoria Factory team at bay. Ravensteiner and Poro both keen, both former stage winners at the Absa Cape Epic. Ravensteiner having won 4 stages and Samuel Poro having won just only 1 stage win to his name. Of course, Poro at stage win is a prestigious thing to win, but he is in illustrious company at the moment.
And both these teams just perfect examples of how tough this Absa Cape Epic is. No matter when you ride it, whichever year, forget the terrain, but it's illness, it's fatigue, and issues that can plague you throughout it. They've been through highs and lows, each of these riders, and it all seems to come together for these two teams on this final day. They'll look back and think if we'd been strong earlier in the week, we may have been higher up on the general classification, but they're taking their opportunity now.
And if the two here actually know what the gap is already, then it can give them also some additional wings to really also push and to really try to get this stage or this Grand Finale win auch back to the finish in the Coetzenburg Stadium.
And they know that 2-minute advantage, if they do have that information, they may have spotters out on the course, their support team out on the course, giving them information. It'll give them extra motivation. And with just under 10 Ks to go, they've already passed through Mont Marie. That USN Hydro Point is at the 57 K mark. At 67 kilometers is the finish, and we're expecting to see them in just a few minutes. Call it 10 or so minutes. We'll expect to see the crowd start roaring and expecting the top teams to arrive. And that's what it's all about. It's about keeping that gap. 2 minutes is a solid gap, but they'll need to keep riding consistently and avoid any possible mishaps. And they are followed closely by the Bulls Media e-bike. Stefan Sam on there. He knows what it's like to be riding at the head of affairs on the bike, and now he is bringing the world just a rider's eye view, just what it's like to ride at the front, and an ominous rhythm set by Fabian Ravensteiner, his partner Samuel Apora. Had struggles early on in the week, putting their overall general classification campaign, having to put that on the back burner, but they'll be looking for a stage to make good on a disappointing week for them. We did expect to see them come good in the latter half. They did show some inklings of it, but Ravensteiner and Poro are on the hunt for a grand finale stage win. Ravensteiner.
But so far it looks actually very good for Urs Huber and Simon Schneller. So this team. So if I saw the last split time at a water point, which was 2 minutes and 41 seconds, to me it almost seems like it didn't got smaller. I almost would say it got bigger.
Keeping a steady rhythm now, they will turn up and enter the Eden Forest from the bottom gate and then head up the trail. This is the leading team, Simon Schneller and Urs Huber. Yeah, they're looking good as they close in on the last 10 kilometers of today's stage.
They just keep this rhythm, and if Urs Huber is it's clear that Simon Schneller is the stronger partner. He has led pretty much from the very start of the stage, leading Urs Huber through these. If they could just keep a steady pace and not crack, if Urs Huber can stay on the pace, they look likely for a stage win. That's the danger is, of course, that we speak too soon. We did it earlier, and of course, just at that moment, Urs Huber went straight when he should have taken that slightly tighter right-hander that he anticipated, left-hander that he anticipated. And It was 2018 when Ravensteiner last won his, won his first grand finale in his only grand finale stage win. Let's see what there he is, Ravensteiner on the front with Samuel Apora. Apora, we saw earlier in the interviews that he'd been struggling. He was a little bit sick in the early part of the race. Ravensteiner just leading the way, setting the pace.
And they're into the gate, and following them shortly will be the Beers Grotz pairing in the yellow jerseys. They won't be too concerned with what's happening up the road in terms of the general classification. Both those teams are well behind them. Well, Willia Victoria are in the top 5, but they are some distance in terms of time, and this pair are doing absolutely what is required today. They're not putting anything at risk. They're securing their day, they're securing their week, and they're securing those yellow jerseys by keeping it steady. This is the section up through Eden Forest with those roots that are very exposed, and it can be a tough climb on tired legs at the end of a rugged week.
It works you very hard, yeah. But also, I have to say, Simon Schneller, he paces very well, and you always see that he looks a bit over his shoulder. He tries to see how Urs is dealing with the pace, and he just really sets the pace very nicely.
And Urs Huber, well, he has been somewhat on the back foot, courtesy of a late call-up to the team. Axel Riedel caught in that with a young French rider with an accident just before, and so Uber, well, what better rider to have on your backup list than a man who's won the Absa Cape Epic before and has such rich experience in the event. So he's done the team proud here, and he's done his partner Simon Schneller proud, who's leading the way as we watch Grotz now on the climb, as he has been all week. When the road goes uphill, Howard Grotz, the American, gets on the front, stepping out of the sport in 2019 after winning the Absa Cape Epic in 2018, stepped away, just lost the drive for it, and taught maths and coached young riders and cyclists, but is back now, and he's doing a lot of gravel racing in the United States, and called up to race alongside his Specialized Factory Racing teammate now, Matt Beers, and they are absolutely going to storm, it seems, towards a victory here. Little connection single track here, and then a short kick up and up. Everything seems to go up here on the Absa Cape Epic, but in fact they are heading down the trail now. They'll have a little kick up, yes, just at the end of this road, and then G-spot beckons.
G-spot beckons for sure, and that is the one major thing that they'll be concerned about on their run into the grand finale, the hero's welcome that they can expect. And the 38-year-old Urs Huber is matching the pace set by Simon Schneller. The 26-year-old Simon Schneller, even at 26, he's completed 5 Absa Cape Epics. His best result in 2022 is 5th, and having won a stage in 2021, the first stage of the 2021 race.
I guess in the early years he was also more like the backup team for Carl Plott and Urs Huber, or for Carl when he was racing with Alban Lecarte.
Yes, Simon Steepjan was part of that lineup. Now, there we go. Stefan Sam is with the yellow jerseys, and Thomas Ditch is, no, beg your pardon, Thomas Ditch is with the yellow jerseys, and Stefan Sam is with the race leaders, the stage leaders. And going alongside, not far away from them, you might just have caught a glimpse of Jessie Nixon's icon, and she is down below there with the leading women. That'll give you an idea exactly where they are. They're heading up towards that gum up climb, and we'll do the loop around Eden and Mont Marie before coming back on this road. So the drop down into G-spot is imminent for Simon Schneller and Urs Huber. Spectators along the way, lovely vibe, and you can bet down at the finish in Coetzenburg. It's a compact finish area, but it's almost like a stadium. Really, really noisy and vibey down there as these riders will come home. Welcome home on the grand finale. So they will turn left shortly and drop into the G-spot. The handiwork of one man over many, many years, and he keeps coming back to rehab it and fix it. Mark Gordon, that is why it's called G-spot, Mark Gordon's trail, and it is world famous. They're into it now. You're riding it, I can see, Sabine. You're on the bike. You're watching them.
Yeah, you see my sideways.
Yes,
I'm leaning side to side here on this chair.
It is the Toyota Tough section. It's G-spot on the grand finale stage. They're closing in on the finish of this final stage of the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Big crowds at that little intersection welcoming the riders through, and some nice little jumps here to get a little air, and then onto the crest at the bench at the top of the little hill, and they are absolutely flying.
What a great view we have of the world's finest mountain bikers. Whoa! And Urs Huber is, the fatigue might be setting in now. He needs to take great care on this section. The last thing he needs to do is go down, because he has Willia Vittoria breathing down their necks, and also looking for that prestigious stage when Urs Huber needs to just take it easy on this tricky downhill.
And you have like in this burn, like you take it almost as a bit like with a gap jump, but you have to also in a way you need to know how you in a way like go over and how you take the momentum with under the bike and when you take your bike with you.
Yeah, I mean there you just saw Urs Huber just avoiding a little gap there, just going the easier line.
And here we see you have like different options for jumps, but you need to know G-spot to but it's in a way arranged from easy to difficult, from left to the right, so that you also have like a bit that idea.
And we get an idea of the split times at 61 kilometers. Bulls Mavericks still hold that 2-minute advantage, and this time the 2-minute advantage is over the Willia Vittoria factory. Toyota Specialized 91 content to let the two teams fight it out for the stage, and content to roll into the finish, knowing that the job is done on overall. They already have a significant advantage over Buff Megamo, World Bicycle Relief, and the Swiss-German pairing of Canyon CD. And we're with the front of the field, the very finest mountain bikers, and Urs Huber heads down G-spot, and now he just, with Simon Schneller missing a turn there, of course is clearly marked, but just in the heat of the moment, in the heat of battle, Simon Schneller just made an instant wrong decision there, but back on track for the German.
Yeah, they're going at such speed down here, and the adrenaline's pumping because they are closing in on a famous stage victory in the 20th Absa Cape Epic and the grand finale. The final jump, and a big crowd to welcome there, see the action. And that is a perfect example of what Sabine is talking about. There are 3 or 4 different little ramps there, graduating in size to some pretty big ones that the enduro and downhill riders just love. And you have to know what you're about here at G-spot. Safely negotiated by Simon Schneller now on the back, and Urs Huber in front there. They'll head up a little drag as we watch Matt Beers and Howard Grotz come through as well. What vibe they'll be enjoying there as they fly down G-spot.
There's still a bit to go after G-spot, and all is not won yet. They still have to go through. There's an XCO drop, and of course just there's a small rock garden they have to navigate before they get down onto the stadium. But they can most likely at this point hear the announcer with the crowds, and they just should remember the old rule in mountain bike stage racing: step by step, meter by meter, and not think too far ahead, and just no distractions. Winning at the moment for them, winning the stage is a distraction. They need to get down this trail in one piece, and then once they're in the stadium, then they can celebrate. But experienced campaigners, Huber and Schneller, they know all about this. It's about resisting their temptation down into the canopy, and we'll see them burst out in a few moments and see them on. There's a slightly wider fire road, an opportunity for us to see them just before they plunge down into the stadium.
This is also quite a nice section with Dick Boss.
It's a lovely section, yes.
It is a very, very cool section. Stellenbosch Trail Fund creating these trails, this one out of G-Spot. And as I said, Nati and Ernst and Holden, all the team putting in a huge amount of time, and all the guys building the trails and maintaining them. Little style to get out of the paddock, a right-hand turn, and they'll be closing in on the cross-country course very shortly. The World Cup cross-country course hosted here famously in 2018, just a week ahead of the Absa Cape Epic, the Epic World Cup it was. And there's that little line as well that you can just sneak up, no problem at all. Simon Schneller just jumping in, getting ahead of Urs Huber as they bring it home here. There is the split time at this stage, 2 minutes and 4 to William Victorious, Total Specialized at 2:49. Buff Megamo, World Bicycle Relief, it is going to be desperately, desperately close. It looks like Buff Megamo are going to be 3 seconds at this stage outside of second place. That can change in an instant in the remaining couple of kilometers on this course, that's for sure.
Well, we can still, with the fourth place riders, Canyon Seedy, we're also in the hunt for that, for those last 2 spots on the podium. They are not in contention, so really now the battle is between second and third, and who will it be? Which team will stand on which side of the pairing of Toyota Specialized 91?
I almost believe it's almost the last kilometer where Simon Schneller and Urs Huber are now on. So it's very close to the finish. There's not so much more to come. Yes, there's a bit still like some trails from the World Cup, but it's not the spectacular, the barrel.
The wine barrel, no. They're going to head down towards the rock garden. And they will ride
on the side.
Yeah. The sort of almost the C line of the rock garden, let alone the B line. But they are on the charge, the bulls, as they fly through the forest here above Coetzenburg. They will now hear the noise down at the finish. They can sense this is a moment for glory. This is the rock garden, a brutally tough trail to the left, but these riders on the Absa Cape Epic afforded the opportunity to ride a smoother line, and then they'll drop down and look down on the farm, the Stellenbosch University farm on the left-hand side, and the wine barrel approaching. Do not go straight at the wine barrel, because if you're not prepared for it, that is the entrance right there, the wine barrel, a steep descent with bridges and berms to take you down to the road below. This is the B line that was used in the World Cup for that trail down the wine barrel if you wanted to avoid it.
Well, the Bulls fans will be reveling in this. They'll be cheering the team of Schneller and Huber all the way down this section as the Swiss rider, the 38-year-old Swiss rider with 6 stage wins under his belt, and Schneller, his 26-year-old partner, has done the job that is expected of him, and an extra 30%, because he has led Urs Huber through the entire stage. Urs Huber not coming in late to the race and making the finals, making it really count in the final, ridden himself into it, and it will no doubt be a highlight in his career, winning the grand finale. He's not won yet. They still have a bit to go, just under, around about a kilometer to go.
Not even. They've just gone past the pickup sticks section.
and almost close to the last single trail, what we also saw yesterday when the riders came in.
This is the bit of open road we were speaking about. And
it's like a kicker, and when they turn, you have to go to the left.
Exactly, a nasty little kicker, and then they head down.
Well, this is the climax of this grand finale stage, with the stage in the hands now of Bulls Mavericks, and it is Urs Huber who has emptied his tank today. In fact, all week, called in off the bench, so to speak, to partner, the young Simon Schneller, and he's rewarded the Bulls for their boldness in picking the veteran rider, and they are on the final bit of trail now, dropping down a sketchy, tricky little section here. You want to be cautious and careful here, don't get it wrong right now, and they will take it home. There is the race village on the left-hand side, this fine little trail. They will go straight along here, the same finish as they had on stage 6, but the prize is greater this time around for the Bulls Mavericks as they ease up now. They want to get to the finish together. This is the grand finale stage. Urs Huber and Simon Schneller won stage 1 together in 2021. This is a seriously big step for them. They've come together and they finished together here at the grand finale. Urs Huber just adjusts his glasses. Their teammate Stefan Sam.
A big smile. Huh?
He has. Yeah, they're onto the lawns very, very shortly. Top right corner. There they come. Rolling onto the lawns at Coetzenburg in the grand finale. The Bulls Mavericks, a great record in the Absa Cape Epic. They keep that legacy going. They're not going to win the overall, but they're going to win the grand finale. Simon Schneller and Urs Huber, winners here in Stellenbosch on the fields of Coetzenburg in the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. The grand finale is theirs. Well ridden.
And what a win it was. Dramatic from the start. They were able to match the pace set by Matt Beers and Howard Grotz. Them having the agenda of defending that leader's jersey, and they capitalized on that, stayed in touch, knowing about that agenda and taking full advantage and using that as their springboard for the stage. Congrats from their former teammate, Stefan Sam.
And they won't be watching for, at least we'll be watching very, very closely now, because the second team, Willia Vittoria, should be coming down this trail very, very shortly. We reckon it was around 2 minutes back. That is Fabian Ravensteiner and Samueli Poro. Again, a combination that have had their ups and downs as individuals in this race. Poro suffered 2 days ago with illness, and yesterday he was, well, the slight weak link at the dying moments of the stage when they took second place behind the Toyota Specialized 91 pair. Here they come down this final little trail above the football and rugby fields here at Coetzenburg, and they will be very soon onto the grass for their second place of the week. They finished very, very strongly. And for Fabian Ravensteiner and Samueli Poro, they're regulars here at the Absa Cape Epic. This Willia team, under various guises, have yet to win the overall, but they're always there and thereabouts. They finished on the podium overall, but this time they will finish off the podium. But second place 2 days in a row for Fabian Ravensteiner and Samueli Poro, the Italian pair. Down they come, Ravensteiner and Poro again, just adjusting the glasses, all getting set for the glory of the finish. Little trail down now onto the playing fields. The crowds are waiting, and a huge crowd it is to welcome back these riders. It is second place for Willia Vittoria Factory from Italy. Fabian Ravensteiner and Samueli Poro. 2 days in a row they've been runners-up. Another brave ride, another strong ride by the Italians.
Repeating their second place yesterday at stage 6, the Willia Vittoria Factory, the all-Italian outfit, proving that they are always a force to be reckoned with at the Absa Cape Epic. Year in, year out, they come back and just seem to perform at the highest level. And it's often at the latter half of the week, and they've proved us right that they were always the team to watch.
We are waiting the leader jerseys. They should actually also come in soon.
And they will be onto the lawns of Coetzenburg in the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. It is a moment to savor. The emotions will be flowing, the adrenaline will be pumping. The American Howard Grotz becomes a second American to win this race alongside Matt Beers. They'll raise their arms, the winners of the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic, Matt Beers and Howard Grotz. A job brilliantly done by the Toyota Specialized 91 team after they worked their way through the stages, took hold of those yellow jerseys and have not looked anything other than winners since they put them on. A magnificent performance by Beers, who wins it for the third time, the first South African to do that, and Howard Grotz, who wins for the second time, having won in 2018. The champagne will flow for Matt Beers and Howard Grotz of Toyota Specialized 91. Champagne showers for Toyota Specialized 91. Once again, they have been the preeminent team in the Absa Cape Epic, and they are on the top step for the second year in a row in the shape of Beers and Grotz. And their support team, who provided such incredible backup throughout this week, right with them. Their 9th win as a trade team. Meanwhile, just behind them, Hans Becking and Wout Alleman have rolled across the line. Buff Mega, a huge hug from Bobby Behan, the genial Irishman who heads up Specialized here in South Africa. Congratulating Beers. They will be delighted with the way it's all turned out.
This team is the winningest outfit, the winningest factory team in the race, in the history of the race. And just every year, the joy on the faces, it's no less joyful every year. They just absolutely revel. We saw earlier the manager, Benno Williot, and remember him back from 2007, so he's seen almost every win in the history of the Absa Cape Epic that this team has achieved. And coming into the finish, we just caught a glimpse of Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney riding for World Bicycle Relief. We are still waiting for Buff Megamo, Hans Becking and Wout Alleman.
They're in. Yep.
And it's very tight.
Oh, so tight, but it looks like Buff Megamo will have to settle for third place here. They may reflect on the puncture they had.
29 seconds.
Yeah, they needed 1 minute and 12 seconds to take the win here. Manticon and Bernas, Pavel Bernas roll into the finish for the Scott Calabandida Majawi team. A good finish to the week for this pair. We're seeing a lot of teams get stronger as the week's gone on. The marathon specialists have really come into their own as the race has progressed. And the Pole and the Spaniard are home in 6th place on the grand finale. So drama and a real battle between Buff Megamo and World Bicycle Relief, but just not able to get enough out of the stage today, Buff Megamo. And they may reflect on that. A couple of seconds lost on the Fire Hut Trail when they got a puncture as to where their hopes of 2nd place disappeared. But it is a moment of glory to celebrate and savor for the Specialized team today as they secure a 9th win in 20 years of the Absa Cape Epic here in Stellenbosch, their spiritual African home for the brand. And well, they are the most successful and the most popular brand in the under the seats of the riders here at the Absa Cape Epic. And those high-tech machines, they're brand new. These bikes are raised above the heads of Howard Grotz and Matt Beers. Neisner and Durango meet in victory here in Stellenbosch for Toyota Specialized 91 as the Canyon City pair. They've won a stage this week. It's been a strong finish for Andres Servalt and Mark Stutzman. Again, a combination that was switched around fairly late in the day as they come home to finish the stage. And Jacob Dorigoni and Daniel Gesmar, the Austrian champion, finish inside the top 10 by coming home in 8th place today. William Topado. Smiles all around, the relief, the emotion can flow now. There was tension for sure at the start line. They had to get through it. It's hard work, it's painful. The racing is intense. Mental and physical endurance is tested to its absolute extreme here. But now they can relax.
Yeah, and it's like before the Cape Epic starts, you like just you can't wait. You can't wait to get off the chute at that prologue, to get it finally going. And then during the week, you're in a way like, it's like also you mentally like you just think, okay, it would be just can't it be just already Sunday? Like you know, because also in the morning and Sunday the race starts later, so it's an hour delay, and all riders, they just enjoy to have maybe an hour more sleep before the final stage.
Yes, it's an emotional roller coaster like no other, I think, this event. Singer Racing, Simon Stiebjan, the former teammate of Urs Huber and Simon Schneller. He rolls across the line with Jakob Hartmann, his new partner for Singer Racing. And a good day for them again. Another team getting stronger and stronger as the week went on, perhaps overcoming some illness, and they are home. Let's hear from the stage winners down at the finish.
Simon, congratulations. The grand finale, you did it.
Thank you very much. What an amazing day for us. It was a difficult week. Urs came here with not an ideal preparation, but we take it easy yesterday and go all in today, and it worked out perfectly. So awesome day for us.
Urs, congratulations. Even it wasn't a plan that you should do Absa Cape Epic this year.
Yeah, it's amazing to win the last stage. It's the first time for me. It was a hard week for us, and yeah, we made the decision to take some days easy and go the next day full gas. And the plan worked out very well, and Simon was very, very strong today, thanks to him and to the whole team.
Simon, we saw you pushing so hard actually from the beginning. You did all the work.
Yeah, I felt already in this morning that the legs are still super fresh, and yeah, that's the reason why I could push like I want, more or less.
And how is it to come here, to finish here in Stellenbosch with all the spectators, this grand finale?
Yeah, it's amazing. So many people here. The crowd is go wild, and it's a yeah, special feeling to win here.
Is this one of the best stages you have ever won?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the competition gets higher every year, and to win a stage, it's something special, and doing on the last day even more.
Congratulations again, and have a lot of fun and enjoying it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, Urs Huber, former winner 2016 with Carl Platt, and at the age of 38, he wins the grand finale here alongside the 26-year-old Simon Schneller. What a glorious moment for the Bulls, rampaging to victory. Let's hear from the team who finished second today, Willia Vittoria.
Marian, congratulations, second place, a podium again.
Yeah, thank you. It was a nice day again, and we had some fun. We start again a little bit slow, but then we go full gas to catch the other teams, and yeah, unfortunately the Bulls guys was too fast to come back.
Samuel, another second place, congratulations with that. How is it to finish here in Stellenbosch with so many spectators?
Not only here, but all day long on the trails was amazing. There were a lot of guys, just Cape Epic is one and only, I think.
And how is it to finish the Absa Cape Epic after so many hard stages? What's your feeling now?
Yeah, yeah, we're all tired, but yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed now it's finished. I would go for other 4 or 5 stages maybe. So, yeah.
You are happy?
I'm fine, I'm fine. Maybe next year. Okay. I need to recover a bit before.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's exactly the type of emotion that comes out at the end of the Absa Cape Epic. Ravenstein has finished strong, and here's a strong finish. A very, very impressive week for this young team. Rousseau Becker on the right-hand side is from Stellenbosch. His school Paul Roos just down the road here, and alongside a veteran of the sport, Matthijs Bierkes, who emerged from retirement this year, and they have ridden superbly over this back end of this race here, and they are going to find themselves on the podium in the Absa African jersey. They're second across the line of the African teams today. But what a week it has been for the Valley Electrical Titan Racing team. Confirming the results on stage 7, the grand finale in the men's race here at the Absa Cape Epic. Simon Schneller from the Bulls Mavericks alongside his very experienced partner Urs Huber in his 11th Absa Cape Epic have taken the stage win by 2 minutes and 16 seconds from the Italians Fabian Ravenstein and Samuele Porro. Second again for Willia Vittoria Factory, stronger and stronger through the week. Second yesterday, they finished second yesterday. To Beers and Grotz third today. The Toyota Specialized 91 team 3 minutes and 8 seconds back. Becking and Wout Alleman did all they possibly could to regain or gain second place from Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. They started the day 1 minute and 11 down, and they finished today, well, just behind them, so ahead of them, but not enough. Schurter and Finney in 5th place, Manticon Guterres and Pavel Bernas in 6th. GC looks like this, and it is so close between Schurter and Finney and Becking and Alleman. But the glory this year in the overall general classification goes to Toyota Specialized 91, crowned champions once more in the shape of Matthew Beers for the 3rd time and Howard Grotz for the 2nd time. A combination that looked super smooth and efficient throughout. Their various strengths complemented each other brilliantly. Grotz on the climbs was wonderful, and Beers on the flats and rolling hills drove a fearsome pace, and together they combined to win the Absa Cape Epic in 2024. Let's hear from the winners of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic, Matt Beers and Howard Grotz.
Toyota Specialized 91, Howard Groth, Matt Beers. First feelings?
Yeah, today was awesome. It was a really fun day of mountain biking. We played it safe, I think. Had a little bit of fun, but it was hard. Bulls were on an absolute tear this morning.
Matt, how is it riding with Howard? And Howard, how is it to ride with Matt?
Yeah, today Howard was hurting me most of the day, so I was just I just went pretty hard in the beginning up that first climb. I emptied myself just to get the group as small as we could, and then from there I just hung on, and yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, I think we played it perfect, and so much crowds en route, so many people cheering. It definitely, when you're feeling a little bit sore, and it definitely boosted you.
I saw your, I think, girlfriend at the finish line, your parents as well.
Yeah, they're here every day, coming to support me, you know, driving early, and super special. Obviously they know what it takes, a lot of sacrifice, and but yeah, they're here every step of the way, so I'm lucky.
It's your third Absa Cape Epic win.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't really know. It's a weird feeling. Like, it just felt like yesterday I won the first one with Jordan, and then Chris, and now with Howie. It's just, yeah, it's a whirlwind for sure.
Seems to be a good partner for everyone.
Yeah, well, I think I've been lucky with really nice, good people as well. You know, Chris is amazing, Jordan was an amazing, and then Howie's also just an absolute pleasure of a human. So, I mean, I've just been very lucky with these awesome people that come across in my life.
Howard, it is how that you have to ride with a partner. You won it with Jaroslav before, and how was it with Matt this week?
Yeah, it's a little similar to riding with Yaroslav. You know, I had to kind of tuck in, but Matt was a really attentive partner. You know, we're working together always. You know, never pushing each other beyond what was reasonable to get the best result possible. And it was just a fun week. You know, I think we just have the same kind of mellow vibes, and that works really well.
We already spoke about this earlier this morning, about it's not only you as a rider together, but it's also the whole team around you.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's 15 people at least working around the clock here just in the village, and not to mention, you know, the engineers and the support, the people that are on our jersey. And so it's a massive team effort, and you know, today and this week hopefully is a big thank you to them.
Which was the hardest day for you this week?
Today, for sure. I was suffering. Didn't get a lot of sleep, some stomach issues, so yeah, I don't know. I knew I could get through it, but I knew it was going to be super hard, but yeah, glad it just came at the right time.
Is it also that it's a kind of relief what you left? Yeah, you know, we're almost there, but you still have to be focused till the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. It's not over till it's over. You breathe a little easier every day, but now it's time to let the body fully recover.
Thank you guys for all what you have showing us this week. It was an incredible week. I hope you are enjoying it and also celebrate it with the whole team, and good luck for what's left for this season.
Yeah, thank you, Bart.
Definitely will.
Well, two very well-matched individuals, those two, it seems, on and off the bike. And Matt Beers does seem to have a knack of finding the right partners. And so they are the winners in 2024. 2025, well, it's not far away, is it? Early bird entries open tomorrow at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's South African time, and you can get online and enter as quickly as you possibly can, because those early bird entries, and the restricted number of them, I think just 100 of them, they go very, very quickly. But once you're in, you've got your entry, you are part of the journey. Your journey can start. So get online and get that done. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, those open. Now we're with our Aramex women's race, and this is the pair of Nicole Kohler and Ann Terpstra in a familiar formation now here, Sabine.
Yeah, and we're actually quite close to get back to the Eden Gorge or Eden Forest. So for them it's also quite close to G-spot, and the last fun part of 8 very intensive days of racing.
It's wonderful to finish down that G-spot as the last Toyota Tough section. Every day has provided some serious challenges. In fact, going back to the prologue, some might reflect that prologue Toyota Tough section was arguably the toughest of the entire week. The one at G-spot is the funnest of all week, I would think, for these riders. So it's a lovely way to finish the Absa Cape Epic in 2024. Reflecting back over 20 years, how this event has evolved. A point-to-point race early on, and then evolving into a race that was centered around the Western Cape. And this year, big changes with this finish here in Stellenbosch. A looped grand finale day as opposed to a point-to-point finish here at, or wherever it might have been, Mirandal, Lawrenceford, Val de Vie, Spear in the early years, but now a loop around Stellenbosch. And I think these riders, spectators, everyone involved has thoroughly enjoyed a couple of days here in Stellenbosch.
And we're just with the leading team on overall general classification, the Cheer Vita leaders jerseys, and on the stage, Ghost Factory Racing, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Koller have a, we saw it the last time check, around about a half an hour ago, 35 minutes ago, they had an advantage over Cannondale Factory Racing's Mona Mittervalna and Candice Lill by 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Team Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Lawson and Alexa Skada 5 minutes back.
Let's go to the finish and hear from Sebastian Finney.
Finney, how are you feeling?
Very, very tired. It's been a long week. I've enjoyed every single day, more or less. Today was a lot of lots of suffering, but we finally made it to second overall. It was really tight, and thanks to Nino, really appreciate his partnership. So thanks to him for bringing me to the line and second overall.
We spoke earlier with Nino about it, and he said the same what you were telling about him. You were actually an amazing couple, I think. You managed it perfectly. A good charity as well you were riding for, second place in GC. There's so much more coming up as well, but the way how you have been riding this week was incredible for me, or how I looked to the race. Only respect for you guys. And the level of racing was so high this year.
Yeah, I think obviously Specialized, they were really strong. I mean, even I think without our mechanicals, we probably couldn't have beaten them. So congrats to them. I mean, yeah, they really deserve it. But Nino and I, we worked really well together, I think. Yeah, let's see. Maybe we come back together.
I mean, on the last split time today, with 6 kilometers to go, the difference in between the second and third place in GC was only 3 seconds. Did you know it?
No, I didn't know, but we had a few places after G-spot, for example. I measured a little bit. I could see the buff in front, and I looked at the Garmin, and we had 25 seconds. So I think we made some time up on G-spot. I mean, we smashed it down there in all the downhills today. There was where we could take time. I was totally kaput in the climbs, and yeah, and when I saw that with 3Ks to go, that we actually had the second place, that gave me a little bit of energy for sure. So we went all out to the finish line, and luckily we secured the second place.
It's actually amazing after 8 days of racing that the gaps in between the riders are almost nothing.
Yeah, it is, and I think between Buff and our team, we both had a few mechanicals, so that was quite equal. I mean, so yeah, it was a good battle till the end.
And how is it? I mean, you and Finney, Nino and you did it together, but what about the people around you, the masters, the mechanics? There's a whole team.
Yeah, the whole team has been brilliant this week. I mean, they have been amazing, taking so good care of us. All the physio, the mechanics, the food has been brilliant. We have stayed in lovely houses, flying helicopters from stages to stages. So we can't ask for more. It's been absolutely brilliant.
One more question about the finish line. How is it to come here with all the spectators and the finish line crossing?
Yeah, it was a really nice feeling. There were so many people on the course today cheering, and
definitely helped us to reach the finish line and to finish here. I don't know where we finished today, but to know that we secured the second overall is lovely and a big achievement for both Nino and I. So
Congratulations, and give it a bit of time to celebrate it with the whole team.
yeah, sure we will. Thank you very much.
That's Sebastian Finney talking eloquently about the week that has been his first Absa Cape Epic journey. How the other half lived traveling by a helicopter between stages. But Nino Schurter is a helicopter pilot, so he flew them. Yeah, it's not his chopper, mind you, but he flew them across. So we are now in the Eden Forest single track climb up into the upper reaches of Stellenbosch Mountain, and then they'll go along the fire roads. These two, the pair of Anne Terpstra and Nicole Kohler of Ghost Factory Racing, who are looking on their way to joining one other team who've won all 8 stages, and that is another of the specialized combinations. This is the second place team, Cannondale Factory Racing, Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalder. They are some distance off now.
Well, there's some distance off, and we can see the fatigue has set in with Mona Mitterwalder and with her experienced partner, Candice Lill, 4-time second place finisher of the race, is carrying the not sharing the load, but setting the pace at the front and looking after her partner, taking her to the finish. And it'll be Mona Mitterwalder's first Absa Cape Epic finish, and looks likely to be a second place finish. We saw earlier the time checks that the Toyota Specialized 91 team of Villafana and Samara Shepherd were over 7 minutes back at that time check. So that place on overall GC, second place on overall GC, is not close, not like the men. It's not close between second and third. So Mona Mitterwalder and Candice Lill can ride easy to the finish, or at least ride at a steady pace to the finish and enjoy it, soak it up as they reach the grand finale venue. But out front, Ghost Factory Racing well over 2 minutes ahead, 2 minutes 30 ahead is the time check we got. That was around about 40 minutes ago. No doubt extending that gap. Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler up the road.
Yeah, and I just also hope that Mona Mitterwalder, that she, after the Cape Epic, that she also gives her body time to recover and to refuel, to recharge, because I think she stays till Wednesday before she flies back to Austria. And yeah, the team plans also for the World Cups in Brazil, just actually in the week before the World Cup to arrive that side. So she has definitely also some time there she can just be and also let. And it's also that's because she is very ambitious, and then it's also the people around her. They need to, in a way, just hold her a little bit back, that she's not pushing too hard, too soon again. Otherwise, in an Olympic year, you don't want actually that this stress, or like also, I mean, it's like a training or like a quality stress what this 8 days of racing produce, but you also want to take out the benefit from this training, or like this high intensity training.
And recovery is everything, and they've been recovering well all week. They have a routine, but we're talking about recovery on a macro scale. You need to take a couple of days off and just enjoy the achievement of coming second, of placing second at the Absa Cape Epic. It's a notable achievement for anyone, especially in the field as dense as we've seen. It's the closest we've ever seen going into stage 7. There was just under 4 minutes in it, but Ghost Factory Racing did never look like they were under threat, despite the close gap between them, and tactically riding perfectly, firepower-wise, perfect, not a foot wrong, and today is proof of that, and they look set to have another. They're going to make it a clean sweep, 8 out of 8.
They are. It looks like that for Ghost Factory Racing to join the specialized team from Sina Fry and Laura Stigger, who dominated the year 2 years ago, 3 years ago that they came and won every stage. So Ghost Factory Racing heading towards the finish, but they've got the wonders of G-Spot still to enjoy, and then the glory of the finish line of the grand finale of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic. Little kicker up onto the next fire road just above the suburb here, Paradijskloof, and a beautiful scene will open up in front of these two riders, Nicole Kohler and Anne Terpstra, as they cruise along the road here. They're in complete control.
In complete control, and in setting the pace for a while now is Nicole Kohler. And this is, we don't want to read too much into it, but Nicole Kohler has barely left the front. And they're setting the pace for Anna Terpstra. Anna Terpstra happy to sit in her slipstream. And just a thought, we heard from Matt Beers that he was suffering from a stomach ailment. It was a big surprise to us, and the teams are always holding their cards close to their chest. We said they hadn't shown any weakness, the Ghost team, but perhaps Anna Terpstra not feeling quite on top of things and quite as good as she normally is. She's a multiple World Cup winner, and one of the very finest cross-country Olympic riders in the world, and taking the wheel of Nicole Kohler, the young up-and-coming rider. You could say it's fair to say that in Swiss terms, because if you're in world terms, it's she is one of the world's best. She is a world champion. In 2022, took a world championship title in the team mixed relay, the team time trial mixed relay, and certainly got the firepower and worthy of setting the pace at the front of the Dutch national champion, the multiple Dutch national champion. But going back to that point, perhaps Anna Terpstra is suffering a little bit from an ailment, but we will never know until the finish. We might get Bart to ask her if there were in fact any chinks in the armor, and they just didn't let it show. But it's a testimony to the fact that this team have held it together. They have absolutely not put a foot wrong.
The Aramex women's race leaders on the trail and on the general classification are now on the Toyota Tough section, which is the G-Spot Trail, a famous trail in Stellenbosch, on just pretty much in the middle of the suburbs here. This beautiful parkland on the slopes of Stellenbosch Mountain. And a gentleman called Mark Gordon started building this trail over 20 years ago. And you will still find him here, particularly in the rainy winter months, just tinkering and maintaining the trail and making sure that riders get an absolutely maximum fun and enjoyment out of the trail. It just hits the peak here, the little crest, and then drops down into more beautiful switchbacks, berms, and jumps that they have to deal with. The cross-country riders, well, they'll just love it.
Yeah, it's well known, this G-Spot, and I guess if you would look up on Instagram with hashtag G-Spot, you would get a lot, many hits.
Absolutely. It is Stellenbosch, it is a iconic Stellenbosch mountain bike trail, and there are many now, but this is the original one. Whoops, see? Well, a little bit of a wrong turn.
I guess it's like it's a bit kept open, yeah. Like so you could
take
and you can take both lines. But I guess also for the if you realize that the partner is following you, taking the other side, then you're a bit like, oh, whoa, am I wrong here now? So, but all good.
It's all easy to see from the air, and we get some fantastic aerial footage here. Watching the world's best head down there within the 4 kilometer to go mark, probably approaching the 3 kilometer to go mark, as they head down one of the most iconic trails that we've seen at the Absa Cape Epic, and in fact in the world.
Beautiful scenes of the grand finale here in Stellenbosch, the final day of this 8-day journey, the Untamed African Mountain Bike Race. It has been the race that has measured all here, no question about that. And we have been focusing very much on the professional side of the race. But that is not the whole story, because there are hundreds of riders, amateurs, who prepared for many years, some just a year or two, to
get into the shape and get into condition, to find the right partner, to take the time to commit to preparing for this event, and then coming and completing it. Today is the day that they will savor and get the reward for all that incredible hard work they've put in. 4 minutes and 13 seconds at 61 kilometers. Ghost Factory Racing were ahead of Cannondale Factory Racing, and Candice Dill and Mona Mitavala, well, they're just managing their efforts now. Second place is secure. That is not a problem because Toyota Specialized 91, Sophia Gomez Villafan, and Samara Shepherd in third overall are a long, long way back on general classification and on the trail as well. So they will be fairly secure, and just making sure they get safely to the finish. A little bit of a drag up and out of the G-Spot trail area, as this is Lil and Mitavala as they enter G-Spot. Well, they'll know this well. Well, Mitavala has, she's one of those athletes for whom winning came early in her life, and she won a lot of races very early on, and won a lot of big races very early on. World champion twice by the time she's 22 in the marathon. World Cup wins. There are riders who spend 15 years on the World Cup circuit and don't win World Cup races. So this will be a huge learning curve, both in personal athlete development and in terms of preparation and how to go about completing an Absa Cape Epic at the very sharp end. Yes, they're second, no question about that. That's a huge achievement for the world champion in the marathon and her silver medal world championship partner, Candice Dill. But I think she's had an absolutely superb partner in Candice Dill to guide her through this journey. And she will come back, hopefully she'll come back in the future much richer for it, and stronger as well, and challenge, well, they'll be challenging all week, but be on that top step.
But she's also, yeah, she's a very ambitious young rider, and her goal setting was actually quite clear when she was still in the juniors category. She didn't also want to stay long, or she had the first year to do it like the U23, but then to move on and really be in the elite category, apply to actually be able to ride as a U23 rider in the elites category, because this is for her which category also counts. And I mean, she was 21 when she won the first marathon world championships, and then in a way also just 2 years later in Scotland last year, so she won another title on very different courses. So it also shows that she has the quality, and she works hard for her results and for her achievements.
As does her partner up ahead, Candice Dill, the South African champion, who has matured into the most consistent rider in all disciplines. She will, well, let's hope she will be riding the cross-country season this year around the world. She's focused on getting to the Olympic Games, but as with a lot of the South African riders, the difficulty are the logistics, the costs, and the sponsors to be able to commit to a full season of the World Cup campaign, which starts with 2 events in Brazil this year. So that's a big travel commitment and cost commitment. But hopefully she'll be able to do that and focus on getting points to qualify for the Olympic Games. South Africa likely to have 1 athlete there, and Candice is in position to occupy that spot.
The only thing what I can now think of is...
Whoopsie.
Same.
They've also missed a turn.
The only thing what I could think of is that Candice maybe also is now has the advantage that she also can use the support of the Cannondale Factory Racing team, so that she also in Brazil has like mechanic and staff, soigneur, that she in a way, because she was actually managing herself for many years. She did the overseas World Cups by herself and with her husband Darren Lill. So, and we just tried in a way to wing it, and maybe also with having here Mona Mitavala as team partner at the Cape Epic helps her in return also for the World Cup season.
Yes, she's not officially with the Cannondale Factory Racing team, but yeah, as you say, maybe this relationship will extend to some support from the team at the various World Cups. Little scary moment there as they missed a turn, and Jesse Nixon on the e-bike was on their wheels and slid to a halt as well behind him. No damage done, it seems, for these two, and for Jessie, no problem at all as she follows them up this trail and out of G-spot. Stellenbosch Mountain up ahead you over there, and that's where they've just come from the top of that. And there'll be hundreds of riders right above the tree line there, riding out along the blue gum line towards Eden and G-spot, whilst the leading riders are heading towards the finish here. Out the saddle. It's intensely fatiguing, both mentally and physically. The highs, the emotional highs and lows that these athletes have gone through need to be experienced to be fully understood. They really do suffer those emotional highs and lows, but this will be a high. I'm absolutely sure of that as they roll down towards the finish. Into the Tukbos section, which has been nicely cleared up again by the Stellenbosch Trail Fund trail builders. Smoothed out a little as well, and it's a fun section down into the canopy of trees and then into the paddock where usually there's a pieball and a skewball horse roaming around, chewing the cud, but I'm not sure that they are there today, as they will emerge down there with that style. Finish over the blue gums. 2 kilometers to go, and it is back onto the road. In fact, it's not even 2 kilometers to go. They are pretty much within the last couple of 100 meters here. Roll down and a kicker up.
It is this last kicker before we're coming into the last final single trail down to the fields.
Oh, they're starting to look at each other and talk to each other. We can see them facing each other, and they just get a chance on the more open roads. They've spent a lot of time on single track today for sure, and just getting a chance to chat to each other, take stock and look back. I'm not sure if they would have been getting the information back from any of their team support that they have in fact a 4-minute advantage over Cannondale Factory Racing, and an almost an 8-minute advantage.
If they had a 5-second advantage, they wouldn't mind. I don't think they even care now. They are in the final throws.
The look over the shoulder, there's no other team inside.
Yeah, that's all they need.
Yeah.
That's all they need. Here they come. And Terpstra and Nicole Kohler, a team that have arrived at the Absa Cape Epic for their very first, for the first time. They know South Africa's trails. They know about this event. They've won other events in this country. But this is the big one. It's the race that measures all. And very nearly Terpstra slid down and took a shortcut onto the field. And they have put it all together in the most sensational manner indeed. They have put every stage in their pocket. They've worn that orange leader's jersey since the prologue in Lawrenceford, just over the mountains, out to Tilbach, through Wellington and those wonderful trails. The Queen stage they took as well, and they won the penultimate stage around Marati and Simonsburg, and they're doing it again here in Stellenbosch on the grand finale. Nicole Kohler, 26-year-old Swiss rider, and alongside her Anne Terpstra, the multiple Dutch champion. They're onto the field here in Coetzenburg, and towards the finish they go. The broad grins. It's an emotional time for Ghost Factory Racing. Kohler will become the 4th Swiss rider to win the Absa Cape Epic, and after Anna van der Breggen, it is Anne Terpstra, the 2nd Dutch woman. They are the champions of the 2024 Aramex women's category in the Absa Cape Epic. Nicole Kohler and Anne Terpstra of Ghost Factory Racing. Incredible 8 out of 8 stage wins. It doesn't get better than that. The perfect race.
Winners of the prologue, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The emotions will be running high. Earlier in this week, they spoke very candidly about how the race and what they've been through has brought them together, and they've discovered so much about each other. When you go suffering so deep, they do find other things. Now the champagne will flow. What a delight.
Yeah, and I mean also if you... I mean, both are newbies to the Cape Epic, so what it is about, what it takes out of the riders, so they didn't know, and it's like, I guess they also just took it day by day. There wasn't really pressure, so they just enjoyed themselves on the bike. They looked very composed. It was a perfect match, and yeah, it was like definitely also then it was well deserved to have the 8 out of 8 because the performance was very great.
Flawless.
Flawless, absolutely. You couldn't ask for more. Ghost Factory Racing. First visit to the Absa Cape Epic as races in the RMX women's category, and they've done the perfect race. 8 stages out of 8. Quite incredible. So, celebrations for them. Meanwhile, just dropping down out of the beeline of the wine barrel section onto the cross-country course. Well, these riders will know this cross-country course from 2018. It was a World Cup. 1 year South Africa hosted an incredible day here, the Epic World Cup. And this mountain was alive with ringing bells, cheering spectators, screaming fans. And this will cross now the very trails that they rode in 2018. That is the pickup sticks section down there that is ridden very, very seldom nowadays outside of the World Cup.
But it's isn't it also got used in the SA Cup?
It does. It does. As I say, very seldom. But they don't. We had a race here last year. They did ride that. And it's fantastic because it's a World Cup standard type of trail, and it's giving the locals a chance to learn how to ride and ride that type of obstacle.
Absolutely.
One of those locals is Candice Lill as she rides up towards the final piece of single track. From KwaZulu-Natal, she was Candice Neetling when she won a bronze medal at the World Championships in 2008. And well, it's been a long and arduous road for Candice since then, as she's found her way in the sport, highs and lows, whether it was going to be marathon racing, whether it was going to be cross-country racing, trying to find the funding and the support to get through to the highest level of the race. It has been very, very tough. She's now finished second in the Absa Cape Epic 4 times. This will be a 5th time for her. And, well, she's done her country proud and her family proud. Her husband, Darren Lill, a former winner of the Absa African jersey here at the Absa Cape Epic. Great support. And Mona Mitterweiler, her young Austrian partner, 8 years younger than Candice, has been a fantastic rider who will have taken so much from this experience and learned with every single pedal stroke, and will be now, I'm sure, a rider with so much more knowledge of the sport, not just the Absa Cape Epic, but of how your body survives and how your mind survives 8 days on the mountain bike. It really has been a huge journey for both of them together here as Cannondale Factory Racing.
And that learning is passed on from almost, you could say, from rider to rider. And with the 20th edition of the race, so many have been and so many still to come. And Candice Lill has been the perfect partner for her young Austrian teammate, the 22-year-old, as Mona Mitterweiler and Candice Lill head into the finish for the last time in their 2024 campaign. And there's still lots to celebrate for this pairing as they cross the line in 2nd place and overall general classification 2nd place for the Austrian and the South African.
Thumbs up for Candice. Well done, Candice Lill. She challenged her father at the age of 3 to a ride to a nearby hotel. It was 22 kilometers. She did that, and she's never stopped riding since. And she's delighted. She's got this wonderful personality, smiling all the time, and great energy about her.
Yes, she's very matured for her age, and I mean also when you think how many epics she now already has under her belt. And I mean, she was also quite young still when she did her first epic. And yeah, and also if you speak to her, she's always like calm, and she also tries in a way to possess. And yeah, she really reflects nicely the things, and always tries also to take the positive things out of things.
Rolling on to the finish line just behind Carl Platt and Tommy Misser. a legend of the Absa Cape Epic, Carl Platt, 5-time winner, and he is another winner in the NTT Data Masters category. That's what it means for him. He hasn't lost the spark of racing as Carl Platt, never mind what category he races in. So it'll be Lil and Mitavala. She cannot contain herself. Candice Lil. It's about so much more than, winning this. I think the emotional roller coaster you go through, you learn, we keep saying about each other and about yourself. That tells a big story, that.
Yeah, and I think she was a very good mentor for Mona on her first Absa Cape Epic. And we're just here now quickly seeing also the third place coming in, Vera Losser and Alexis Skarda. So this time, they have a grand finale, making her way on the podium.
Well, there's some redemption for this combination. Efficient Infinity Insure SCB SRAM. The defending champion, Vera Losser, she and Kim Lecourt won it a year ago at Val de Vie after the dramatic events in Lawrenceford. Contrived to see the erstwhile leaders lose the jerseys, and Losser and her new partner, Alexis Skarda, have been up and down the general classification over this week, but now have had what seemingly is a very good day, arguably their best day of the week. And they are rolling into the grand finale in third place on the day. And it'll be the first time in the Absa Cape Epic this year that we won't see the same three teams on the podium, because this pair will be joining the Cannondale Factory Racing and Ghost Factory Racing pair on the stage podium today. The Toyota Specialized 91 pair of Sophia Gomez-Vierfran and Samara Shepherd have been on the podium every other day. But here they are. Look at the smile from Alexis Skarda, the American champion, the Namibian champion, Vera Losser. They cross the line in third place. What a journey, what a ride from this pair, Losser and Skarda.
Well, they're celebrating that third place on the stage today, and also celebrating finishing the 2024 race, and no doubt forming a great bond between the Namibian champion and the American champion, and that's what it's all about. This race's friendships are forged, and the relationships are formed and forged at the Absa Cape Epic, and just what the riders have to go through all week. There are tough times, there are great times, and they get to share that. Candice Lil and Vera Losser, good friends out on the trails, and also.
And we have also done the epic together. I think it was like 2016-17. I remember that we have been also out on the routes on the Cape Epic.
Darren Lill there at the in the Cannondale jersey supporting, and Teresa Ralph there, a former top 10 finisher in the Absa Cape Epic women's race. Let's go down to the finish with Bart, and he can chat to the race winners.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
A clean sweep. You won the prologue, you won every single stage.
Yeah, it's incredible. I don't really know what to say. I'm just super proud.
Even it's your first Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, it's a dream come true, I think. We never expected this. We wanted to have a good time, and yeah, this is just, I don't know, unbelievable, kind of, that we are winning every stage. And yeah, I think we didn't thought that we would end our first epic like this.
If you look back to the last week, many hard moments. We had very high temperatures. What was the hardest day?
Well, we both had our hardest day. For me, the transfer stage to Wellington, I didn't feel good at all, but luckily no one saw it, because we won every day. People think it's easy, but it's not. It's really, really hard, and both Specialized and Cannondale, they put up a great fight, and we had to go for it every single day, and that's exhausting. But to then make it is even more special.
I mean, there are no easy stages in Cape Epic. You have to be concentrated all the time. And you had a couple of sprint finishes, more like sprint finishes as well. But how is it to come here in the grand finale to the finish line?
Yeah, it's so cool. Like we got a little gap in one of the trails in Yonkers, and we just try to ride our pace. And I think from the last 10K, we just enjoyed and riding the trails around Stellenbosch, G-Spot and everything. It was just so much fun.
You have been also on the mobile home parking with a small team, the mechanic, the team manager, the messenger. How does that work together as a team?
Well, it's hard work for everybody. You would say 3 people as support staff for 2 riders is a lot, but in a race like this it's not, because there's so many things to do, just like logistics and like all the small things that add up. They are as exhausted as we are, but therefore it's even more nice to see them at the finish line and to celebrate together, because it's a real team effort.
How much time does it need to recover of a race like this?
Oh, I really don't know. I think we just take our time, and then we will see when and how we get back on the bike.
Congratulations again, and a little bit time to celebrate it with the whole team. Congrats.
Thank you.
Emotional times you sense there, you could see from Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler.
Yeah, so it was like, I was actually almost surprised, but I guess I was just like happy to be now to have this achievement, and that everything just also worked out. And we heard from Anna Terpstra during the week, even also like even if they didn't show that, they had also like highs and lows, and it's so easy that from a health perspective that things are turning opposite around, and but we have a lot of riders also which had to, in a way, also to quit, and because it takes everything out of the riders.
Absolutely.
And interesting to see that that they said that it was never easy, and giving full credit to their rivals for pushing them to the limits every single day, and in particular one of the days where one of the harder aspects of what the Ghost Factory Racing had to achieve was hiding their weakness, and they certainly were able to. And we just heard from Anna Terpstra that she wasn't feeling great on that would be in the third stage, in the transition stage to Wellington, and all credit to them for not putting a foot wrong and hiding their weaknesses.
Let's go down to the finish here from the second place team.
Candice, how are you feeling?
So many emotions when you cross the finish line. I think Mona and I went through a lot this week together, and I was just saying to her now, like, we made the best of every single situation that we could, and we fought hard, and I'm so proud of her. Like, you don't understand how much she suffered and pulled through, and yeah, like, I'm just grateful for our partnership and our friendship.
Mona, it has been a hard week for both of you, but how important is it to have Candice next to you?
Yeah, I mean, Candice is, as I said, the best athlete I've met so far. I really love her, and I hope we try again at some point this epic. I don't know, like, the past week just threw me some challenges, and I'm just sad that I couldn't match Candice's strength, because life just gave me not what I expected it would give me, but I fought with everything I had, and it was not enough, but it is.
Maybe you expected more, but I mean, you still finished second. It's not a bad effort.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, like when you're coming as a world champion to a marathon race, it's like there's a little bit of pressure on your shoulders, and I think like I normally like the long racing is like really my biggest strength, and I think I'm just, as said, not on top of my game. I mean, I said it's a heat stroke, but it wasn't a heat stroke, but I could not say that on Sunday, because then my competitors already would know that I'm a shot animal. But yeah, I've already the Wednesday before the epic, I felt that something was coming. And you know, when the cold is coming, you can't change it, like, yeah.
I mean, I think you did a great job together. You finished second place. You had many second places in the stages. Congratulations for that. And I hope to see you back next year in the same team combination, because you are a perfect team, I think.
Yeah, thank you. We look forward to next year already.
Thank you.
Whoa. Emotions, eh? Really, really emotional for these riders as they finish. Never mind that you're at the sharp end and this is your career.
This is what the Absa Cape Epic, it draws everything out of you and exposes your personalities, your soul, I think. And Terpstra, Nicole Kohler, they managed to hide their weak moments. There were very few of those over the last 8 days because they dominated the race from start to finish, won 8 stages in a row to complete a win by 4 minutes and 45 seconds. If you were to suggest that they won 8 stages in a row, you'd think they won by 45 minutes, not 4 minutes and 45. And that's how Mona Mitavala, disappointed with her performance as the world champion, but she was exceptional in hanging with Candace still, and they kept it to under 5 minutes after 8 stages. Vera Lossa and Alexis Carter, beg your pardon, this is the stage. Vera Lossa and Alexis Carter, 8 minutes down. A great day today. They're finishing in 3rd place. Sophia Gomez-Villafaña and Samara Shepherd, they've had a tough week, but they are still there and thereabouts, 13 minutes 53 down on the stage. Well, big crowds here in Stellenbosch. Wonderful to see so many people. Obviously, riders, families coming out to welcome in their riders, but others just attracted by the allure of this incredible event, the Absa Cape Epic. There is a special magic about it. And standing alongside the track, you'll feel it. So get your early bird entry tomorrow. 3 o'clock they're open. Tomorrow afternoon, 1500 hours. Get on and push the enter button and be part of this wonderful, wonderful journey. Let's go back down to the finish.
Alexis Vera, congratulations, first podium.
Yes, I mean we had to pull off a podium somewhere this week, and I'm glad we could still make it on the last day.
No better stage than doing it in the last one, in the grand finale.
Yeah, it felt good. We were on it today.
How was the stage? How did it go?
Yeah, we went early on into this first climb. We went with the 5th girls in the GC with Haley and Lena. And then we saw that Lena struggling, and then we put the hammer down. So we were actually leading the race for a little bit. But then the first 2 teams, they're so strong, they caught back up to us. And we tried to hang on as long as we could, but yeah, I mean, they're super strong. And they were also still racing for time, so it was hard. And then we kept our pace, just trying hard to make a podium, because that's what it's about, or you want to stand on that podium at least once this week.
Alexis, if you look back to the whole week, what was the hardest moment for you?
The hardest moment, oh man, I think there were just a lot of ups and downs throughout the whole week, but I think probably Thursday was maybe our hardest day, but you know, you just kind of keep pulling through. I don't know.
But how is the experience from the 20th Absa Cape Epic? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, and ending it on this note, yes, I enjoyed the whole thing. It was good. Yeah.
Vera, how was it to ride with Alexis?
I really enjoyed the partnership with Alexis. It was a great team. I mean, she was super strong, and I wish I was a little bit stronger and we could have raced more in the front. But it is what it is, and I think we made the best out of it. And I think she gained all the experience this week. And if she comes back again, she'll definitely know so much more about this race.
Thank you, and enjoy this moment.
Thank you so much.
And stage 4 was the stage that they were referring to, that Vera Loza was referring to, and that was, of course, the Queen stage, which included one of the highlights in the route, the Toyota Tough section, the cliffhanger. And viewers and fans of the race will witnessed it firsthand, tuning in and seeing the dramatic cliffhanger section as the riders navigated their way down. And that was stage 4 on Thursday, the loop around Wellington.
It was indeed. Now, we saw the Masters finish a short while ago, the NTT Data Masters winners, Carl Platt and Tommy Misser with Bart Brenchens.
Carl, Tommy Misser, congratulations. What an amazing week it has been.
Yeah, absolutely perfect for us. We started with a win and we finished the week with a win. And we had no trouble, no problems. Everything went smooth like it should be. So we are very, very happy.
Tommy, for you, how is it to ride with Carl? You had a perfect combination.
Well, yeah, really good combination. Carl is a really super gentleman guy, and also he's nice on pace races. He knows everything. He knows calm, Tommy, rise now to pushing, and I understand together really well, and we enjoy it a lot on downhills and uphills too.
It looks so easy for you guys to do it, but I mean, the Absa Cape Epic isn't easy at all.
No, it's not easy. So yesterday I had really, in the morning already, bad day. I had no motivation to ride again. So on the bike it looks easy, but you have to motivate yourself every morning. And it is really a hard race.
But how are the legs? How is the body feeling after 8 days of racing like this?
Well, for me, it's destroyed, totally destroyed. I don't know, the power has come because after 7 days, 6 days, 8 days, it's amazing. I can't believe it that we can stay all the days pushing hard until the end.
And what has been the best moment from this week?
Surely today, just crossing the finish line. And surely the spectators on course. It's unbelievable how many people cheering for our names, and it's just fantastic.
Hey, Bart, today people sharing me.
Yeah.
Maybe the request from yesterday, it's working.
But you won yesterday, you won last year and you won it again. Congratulations and enjoy this victory.
Thank you very much, Bart. Thank you.
And we are very happy for our team, for the elite team that they won today.
They won today too.
Yeah.
Amazing performance.
Amazing
super,
performance.
Super fun.
Thank you
very much.
They're proud men and smiling faces at the end of the Absa Cape Epic. General classification in the women's race here, 8 minutes and 36 in the end between Mittevala and Candice Lill. Still very close. They lost 4 minutes today, but Terpstra and Kohler, 30 hours, 56 minutes and 22 seconds of front riding. All the way, they were the preeminent team, Ghost Factory Racing. Sophia Gomez, Viafan and Samara Shepherd, they could have lost a lot more time today and still finished in third place. They did try through the week, put the hammer down yesterday, earlier in the week as well. They tried all they could, but just didn't have the power, the strength and the endurance to get the better of the two teams ahead of them. Liane Giraud and Hayley Preen, good week. Fourth place for the South African-French combination. And now the general classification for the men. Beers and Grotz are the winners of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic. South Africa's champion marathon racer, and Howard Grotz comes back to the Absa Cape Epic, having won it in 2018 and wins it again with a man who's won it now for the third time. Nino Schurter, a two-time winner, alongside debutant Sebastian Finney in second place. A real dogfight on the final day with Hans Becking and Wout Alleman and Buff Megamo, and it ended up 29 seconds between the two teams. So Schurter on the podium once again in second place. In the Absa African jerseys, there were lots of wearers of this jersey, but ultimately at the end of it all, Philip Bass wins it again alongside Peter de Toy, the Paiga Eurosteel pair, finishing just inside the top 10 for Paiga Eurosteel and ahead of Matthijs Bierkes and Rousseau Becker. Valley Electrical Titan Racing, a phenomenal back end of the week for this pair, the veteran and the young man from Stellenbosch, Rousseau Becker. Well, wherever you are in the world, this is the premier mountain bike stage race in the world, and it is the one you need to ride if you're a passionate mountain biker. Commit to it by getting an early bird entry. Opens tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and you too can ride these trails and explore the beautiful Cape Winelands. Every year the route changes. Next year it won't be the same as this year, but it'll be different and just as challenging as this year's the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. Every single rider will feel a sense of enormous pride and satisfaction at having completed this event. Having your name in the book of legend as a finisher of the Absa Cape Epic is something to cherish for the rest of your lives, and some have done it multiple times. If you haven't yet done it, then join us next year via those early bird entries or indeed the lottery. It's been a wonderful journey around the 8 days of the Absa Cape Epic, and there are riders still riding in towards the finish of the grand finale. Race village filling up with riders and their supporters coming in to welcome them home. Tell us what it's like.
And there are many more riders coming in, and they probably still many who are just making their way out from seeing here the race village, and they have still to go down to Mont Marie and taking that last loop. No, it's how does it feel? It's you're just in a way really happy that you make it, you can cross this finish line, you make it to the finish, because all the up and downs during a week, what can happen, and you're just happy to also to make it and finish it on the grand finale day.
The final day of the Absa Cape Epic Grand Finale left the fields of Coetzenburg here in Stellenbosch, with the men's race being led by Toyota Specialized 91 by 9 minutes and 22 seconds over World Bicycle Relief, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Big race was for second place. They, Schurter and Finney, were under pressure from Buff Megamo, who were just 1 minute and 11 seconds. And early on, it was Buff Megamo on the front through Hans Becking, the Dutch national champion. But ever present near the front were the yellow jerseys as they started to go up into Jonkershoek. This is where the race started to take real shape, with the proper climbing began. And so it was that here the Toyota Specialized pair of Matt Beers and his partner Howard Grotz started to come to the fore. Beers in the yellow jersey there, nicely present at the business end of the race where he needed to be.
And Canyon Seedy also looking to get on the podium after on overall general classification and making an early charge for it. But the really early on in the first sections of climbing of the day, that's when the move was made, with Matt Beer setting the pace, wanting to get rid of some rivals and also wanting to keep an even pace, but falling off the pace, Sebastian Finney and his partner Nino Schurter, as he does something for the cameras as he descends on one of the many single track sections.
It was the Bulls Mavericks pair, Simon Schneller and Urs Huber, who decided they had targeted this race, this stage, and went out hard, and they started to open a gap. And in Jonkershoek, it was Huber and Schneller of Bulls Mavericks who are opening a gap to the rest of the contenders. Staying with them for much of the time were the yellow jerseys, Matt Beers and his partner Howard Grotz. But further back, the Buff Megamo team of Wout Alleman and Hans Becking were eking out time on the World Bicycle Relief pair. They needed to finish the stage 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of them to claim second place. And for a long while, it looked as though they might just do that. Through the checkpoint to the water point in Jonkershoek, Bulls Mavericks led the Toyota Specialized 91 pair of Beers and Grotz, the overall leaders, who were quite happy and content to sit on the wheels of Huber and Schneller.
And we heard earlier that Matt Beers was suffering overnight with some stomach ailments, but absolutely at the very front of affairs. It shows that it wasn't affecting his performance too much, but very content to let Simon Schneller lead the way, and the Bulls started to open up a gap on the trails, on the downhill sections, and on extremely good day for the pairing, the Bulls pairing, aiming for a prestigious stage win at the grand finale.
This is the Neverending Story Trail, one of multiple trails that they enjoyed in the Jonkershoek Nature Reserve, which is a mecca for mountain bikers. On the other side of the valley, Schneller and Huber were kept pressing down hard on their pedals to open a gap to the rest of the contenders, but there was problem for Becking and for Alleman, a puncture, and Alleman and Becking got to work as a team here. Alleman would plug, Becking was going to have his bomb ready to reinflate the tire. As soon as the plug was in, he waited until it was in. There, he pulls the plug out, and the bomb is inflating the tire. That's how quick it took this pair to reinflate their front wheel of Wout Alleman. It was in the middle of a single track section, which then allowed Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney to close the gap to this pair. They were the main rivals on general classification, and Finney and Schurter were flying.
They were just looking, it fell off the pace quite early on, but consolidating their efforts and staying patient, staying calm, and making it count really on the downhills. We heard from Sebastian Finney that they went absolutely 100% on those trails to defend that second spot on overall. And Canyon Seedy looking to jump up one spot. They were fourth going into the stage at 13 minutes and 57 seconds, and 3.5 minutes or so behind Buff Megamo, but not to be for the German and the Swiss champions, both respectively national champions in their countries. It was all about the bulls, though. Simon Schneller leading the way almost the entire stage, leading the late call-up of Urs Huber.
They went through the checkpoint at 48 kilometers at Coetzenburg. Huge crowd supporting the riders here. Wonderful to see such great support for these riders and for all the riders in the Absa Cape Epic, as Beers and Grotz now secure in second. They'd lost some time. They'd gone past the race finish, the village down below them there. They still had lots of work to do, though, up at the Gum Up climb and then down. There's sections called Gutted Baboon. A little problem here coming out of Element for Urs Huber, overshooting the corner there. No problem in the end. He was back on the bike in a flash, and they were flying down the Toyota Tough section, the G-spot, the legendary G-spot here in Stellenbosch. A fitting way to end all the Toyota Tough sections, and they rolled to the finish to take a famous stage victory. Their second as a combination since 2021. Simon Schneller and Urs Huber, winners of the grand finale of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic. A job beautifully done on a stage they had targeted.
And Urs Huber putting his tally up to 7 stage wins as the 8th winningest rider in the men's category.
Fabian Ravensteiner and Samuel Iporo enjoyed an excellent day. They managed to get past the Toyota Specialized pair, and for the second day in a row, the Victoria team finished in second place on the stage. But lapping up the huge rounds of applause were the American Howard Grotz and Matt Beers, the South African. A third win for Beers, a second for Grotz, a 9th for their trade team Specialized, as Toyota Specialized 91 took victory in the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. What delight, and a job beautifully done by a combination that was so well suited, and well, they might celebrate.
Both winners of the race, Matt Beers writing himself into the history books and ranking himself a bit, just 1 click higher, as on a par with Jaroslav Kulhavy with 3 wins to his name. Howard Grotz 2.
Away rolled the Aramex women's leaders and all the peloton. In fact, 17 of the 18 teams still in here and racing off the start line here in Coetzenburg. The general classification had the Ghost Factory Racing team 3 minutes and 51 seconds ahead of Cannondale Factory Racing, as close as it has ever been going into the final day of the Absa Cape Epic. Toyota Specialized 91 were 21 minutes and 55 seconds back. E-Ford Private Clients 128, and Efficient Infinity and Sure were over 1 hour and 39 minutes back, but they were motivated today. Off the Jonkershoek Tar Road and up into the plantations, and eventually they would head into the Nature Reserve section where the trails awaited. Early attack by Alexis Skada and her partner Vera Lossa, Haley Perrine and Lena Giraud as well, looking to get the better of them. They are 1 place ahead of them on general classification, and they were all together as the early protagonists on this stage, but they were reeled in by the quality of Cannondale Factory Racing and Ghost Factory Racing as they headed up into the trail network.
We saw Irina Lutcherschwab and Natalia Fischer in that group going past.
The trails awaited these riders, and they headed up a section called Irish 5 and then along the fire roads at the top. And this was the 3rd place team on general classification. Toyota Specialized 91. Sofia Gomez Villafana, a former winner here, with Hayley Batten pushing her partner, New Zealand's Samara Shepherd. It's been a torrid week, but they're still in 3rd place. Meanwhile, Skada and Lossa's early attack, they were reeled in, and Candice Lill was on the front, leading her partner, Mona Mitterweiler, the Austrian World Marathon champion, with Nicole Kohler of Switzerland behind her in the leader's jersey, and her Dutch partner, Anne Terpstra. Hard times for Lossa and Skada as they see the leading teams right away from them, and they drop into the Red Pheonix Trail, rehabilitated after devastating fires here 8 years ago, and now in pristine riding condition. So they rolled along those top fire roads. The leaders will content to just watch for the time being the moves of Candice Lill and Mona Mitterweiler, rolling through the checkpoint at 22 kilometers.
And slowly but surely, some pressure from the orange leaders' jerseys. Technical trails, it was one of rocky, tough technical trails today. Perhaps more trails ridden on the final day of the Absa Cape Epic than ever before.
This was an early move by Candice Lill to get out front, to get in front of the Ghost Factory Racing team, knowing that they were already putting down the power with her ailing partner, struggling Mona Mitterwalner, and just getting a good position in the trail and getting a chance to set their own pace. Cannondale Factory Racing getting a chance to really ride their own way, and Ghost Factory Racing in the single track having to be content with just riding behind Candice Lill. Good tactical move by the Cannondale Factory Racing team, and also giving them a chance to consolidate, and also Mona Mitterwalner to refuel and get back on terms with the group.
They've never ridden together as a combination, Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalner. They don't even ride for the same team, really, although they're called Cannondale Factory Racing. Mitterwalner is a full-time member of that team, Lill not so, but as a South African champion and a 4-time second-place finish here at the Absa Cape Epic, she was the ideal partner for young Mona Mitterwalner, the 22-year-old Austrian, to guide her through her first Absa Cape Epic race here. Up on the Jonkersdrift trails, meanwhile, Terpstra and Kohler had opened up and were starting to open a big gap back to the second-place Cannondale Factory Racing team, whose legs were starting to fail, particularly those of Mona Mitterwalner. The arduous week-long race, 8 days, has taken a heavy toll on all riders, even the world champion. Disappointed as she might have been at not being able to match the leading riders in this race. This was her first event at the Absa Cape Epic, and a massive learning curve for her. For Anne Terpstra and Nicole Kohler, again, first time at the Absa Cape Epic, but more experienced racers generally, and they were able to defend their lead all the way through into the forests above Coetzenburg, and a really rocky trail along the Blue Gums that tested all the riders' skills, and fatigue levels were tested here. Not a smooth trail, that at all. Past the Mont Marie and onto the lawns that come out of Mont Marie, and this was the last of the hydration stops before through the vineyards they would go towards Eden, and they were going to put this one to bed. Were Nicole Kohler and Anne Terpstra, faultless throughout the week. They'd won all 7 stages, having won the prologue, and they swept down with enjoyment. They spoke of the enjoyment that they had of enjoying the last 10 kilometers or so, enjoying the trails. And Lill and Mitterwalner likewise had decided that they weren't going to be able to challenge for the stage win, but to get home safely and secure second place on general classification. Once again for Candice Lill, and for a first time, not a bad effort. Your first time as a 22-year-old to finish second at the world's premier mountain bike stage race. Onto the fields, it was Ghost Factory Racing. A magnificent performance, incredible 8 stages out of 8. Mirroring the efforts of Laura Stigger and Sina Fry, and dominating this race pretty much from start to finish. The margin of their victory was not as dominant as their stage wins would suggest, but a combination that has worked absolutely impeccably throughout. They knew each other's riding styles, their strengths and weaknesses. They managed their efforts perfectly, and champagne all around for Ghost Factory Racing. Nicole Kohler on the left and Terpstra on the right, champions in the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic. And not far behind them, Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalner rolling to the finish of this journey. A journey of growth and experience for Mona Mitterwalner, and she could not have wished for a more empathetic, sympathetic partner than Candice Lill, who's guided and helped her through this wonderful journey. Third on the day, a redemption ride from Vera Lossa, the Namibian champion, and her American champion partner, Alexis Skarda. It meant so much to this pair after a torrid week of riding. The defending champion on the podium on the final day. Delight for the Efficient Infinity Insure SCB team. They've done a great job. So that's how the two races, a short little look at how these two races unfolded. And now time to welcome our race winners onto the podium here at Stellenbosch's Coetzenburg grounds.
As we celebrate 20 years. We're going to be presenting
So the riders just preparing to come up onto the podium. I would think it'll be the stage podium first.
And our UCI men will be right after them.
And
We
then
start
the
now
general
with the
classification.
stage awards at the end of the grand finale, stage 7. Our Aramex UCI woman to do the presentation, the global B2B and commercial marketing
So it'll be
manager for Aramex, Miguel Neto.
women's race, the Aramex women's category first.
And this is where you get loud and proud.
And making their way onto the stage are the top 3 women's teams on today's stage. And for the first time this week, in 8 days, we see a different team on the podium.
And Alexis Skara.
Alexis Skara, Vera Losa. Infinity.
Second place.
Efficient Infinity Insure in 3rd place
Mona
today.
Mitterbalna and Candice Lill.
Second, well, all but one day they've been second. Candice Lill, the South African champion, and the Austrian world champion, Mona Mitterbalna. In fact, Lill was second at those
First
world
on the line
championships
of the
in
stage here
Scotland
in
last year.
Coetzenburg Stage 7. Ghost Factory Racing and Tapstra Nicole Collar.
A perfect race by this perfect team. And Terpstra, Nicole Kohler, an 8th consecutive stage win for the Dutch-Swiss combination for Ghost Factory Racing.
At the end of the grand finale, going to be huge share.
World champions, national champions, and now Absa Cape Epic champions on the top step. And 6 different nations represented, so fantastic international field here across the entire Absa Cape Epic.
They're going to have some mini Cape Leopards they're going to be handing out as well.
1,400 riders all over the world.
We're going to be doing the top 3 overall.
So now we come to the overall general classification for the Aramex women's race. Well, it's these are the moments you savor, Sabine.
Yeah, I mean, it's now you can also proudly stand up there, and yeah, I mean, it's hard work over a whole week, and yeah, I guess also everybody's then after the official part, also just now, just to be and enjoy.
You experience. I mean, you know, you've been in this bubble, the 8-day bubble of the Absa Cape Epic, and you come out of it. And we all know post-stage race blues, they do happen. But I think only at an amateur level. I think your professional level, you're racing at such a level.
Yeah, and it's also that, I mean, if you see the amateurs, like many of them, they just specifically preparing for the Epic. And then what comes afterwards? So, and these riders, there's World Cups, there's other international marathon racing, which comes just now. So it's an ongoing process.
And for many of the riders, a gravel campaign for Sofia Villafana.
So this is the general classification in the women's race. They've got their medals, the orange leaders' jerseys, resplendent as they have been all week, but in 3rd place, the Oceania champion in that Oceania champion's jersey with a blue flash across the chest of Samara Shepherd from New Zealand. And the Argentine Sofia Gomez Villafan, a former winner here alongside Haley Batten this year in 3rd place.
The silver medals.
For the 5th time in her career, Candice Lill is 2nd on general classification. And in her first Absa Cape Epic. Mona Vitavala has already wanted to shake the champagne. She's used to being on the top step. Well, second place isn't too bad in your first Absa Cape Epic for a 22-year-old.
Absolutely.
Stage 4, Stage 5, Stage 6, and the grand finale.
As
Ghost Factory Racing and the gold
Paul is saying, they've been through every single stage on the top step. Ghost Factory Racing, champions at the Absa Cape Epic in the Aramex women's category for 2024. Quite phenomenal performance by this pair of athletes. They didn't put a foot wrong, experienced no issues at all out on the trail. And they managed their equipment, they managed themselves physically and mentally. Dealt with the challenges thrown down by Cannondale Factory Racing and by Toyota Specialized 91 to dominate this race and take the overall victory at the end of 8 days.
Everybody was not prepared actually to make the champagne spray. And the winning ladies, we can't because we have the handfuls. Huh?
Well, they've got a full set of Aramex mascots.
It weighs a ton. And if you
and this is the prize trophy.
And if everybody, you can make it louder.
Raise it in the air. It's a very heavy trophy, but the winners of the Aramex women's category here at the Absa Cape Epic, Terpstra and Nicola.
Now be careful as you put that down. We've got a wonderful replica for you. And the best shower at the end of any race is the champagne shower. Are you ready? The more it sprays, the louder you get.
Here we go. The celebrations amongst the Aramex women's category. The champagne shower. The gusto and glee and satisfaction of having completed 8 days of the Untamed African mountain bike race, the premium mountain bike stage race in the world and the pinnacle of global mountain biking, the Epic Series.
Leave the stage. Give them another round of applause.
Now they can have a good old swig of the bubbles.
If you're doing well with spraying, there's not so much left.
It's like a great experience from Sabine Spitz.
Our UCI men will be next. We'll be back with all the other category leaders' jerseys.
I really want to ask you, you wonder athletes with all the medals and the trophies, do you have them stored somewhere, displayed somewhere?
You also, with the medals, or the 3 special ones, they are separately framed, and our ones, they are also like in a little display. In between, I also had to extend a little bit.
For those who don't know, that's gold, silver, and bronze in different years at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, so and they are. Yeah, I mean, I also like you can be proud of this achievement, and so for me, I think Bart had actually just locked them away, and I just said, okay, you know, it's like it's the material worth of these medals. It's not that much. It's more like the emotional. But I also want to see them, and you can be proud of the achievement. And other things like your trophies, like
they're up there on the
because over time it gets quite a lot, and if you have them you can see them from below, and you don't see what lies on top.
Oh,
don't want to put it too much. Don't go into too much details.
Yes. Right, we await the presentation of our elite men's category and the stage and general classification. So a reminder that the early bird entries open tomorrow, Monday, March the 25th at 1500 hours GMT, whatever that time might be around the world. It is an opportunity to get an early bird entry, which guarantees you an entry into an event that is very difficult to get an entry to. So getting an early bird means you are secured, you are ready, you are going to be part of this journey in a year's time.
Third position on the stage for the grand finale, Toyota Specialized 91. Matthew Beers and Howard Grotz.
Third on the grand finale stage, Matt Beers and Howard Grotz, 2-stage wins through the week. And,
another second place for this
third,
team.
they've never been worse than fourth.
Willia Vittoria Bactri, Italy's Fabian Rabensteiner and Samuele Porro.
Back-to-back on the podium in second place. Samuele Porro on the left, Fabian Rabenstein on the right, Willia Vittoria Factory. Great couple of days for the Italians.
Campaign. A team that is synonymous with the Absa Cape Epic. Stage winners of the grand finale. Bulls, Mavericks, Simon Schneller and Urs Huber.
Glorious moment for one of the historically most successful teams at the Absa Cape Epic, Team Bulls, on the podium at the end of this stage, the grand finale. First time for Urs Huber to win the grand finale alongside Simon Schneller, his younger German partner, and they win today's stage with a bold strategic move by backing off yesterday, saving their legs for today, and then blasting away from the rest of the field through Jonkershoek and making it count. So the grand finale, it is one of those special stages you do want to win coming into the finish.
Sabine, you've won the grand finale?
Yeah, I did, and it's actually the grand finale and the prologue. These are actually the races or the part of the epic you want to be on top, definitely.
If you're not going to wear the overall winner's jersey at the end of the week, then those two stages are very special. Well, just getting ready for the final presentation of our top 3 on general classification. A collection of the very finest mountain bikers in the world.
And there was certainly a battle for this, battle for first spot. Obviously, we saw that was turning out to be quite a close battle. And then as the team of Toyota Specialized 91 started to rise above the rest, and then it became a battle for the remaining 2 spots on the podium. And we saw Buff Megamo, the team of World Bicycle Relief, and challengers from Canyon CD.
Well, it's been a week of great drama, thrilling excitement, emotions all round, and disappointment, and also celebration for everyone here at the Absa Cape Epic. The yellow jerseys taken by Matt Beers and Howard Grotz of Toyota Specialized 91, a fitting team to win the 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic.
Hans Becking and Wout Alleman. They got the bronze medals hanging.
They brought high value and rich entertainment to the event early on in the week. They rampaged a couple of stage win and then got themselves the yellow jerseys. Hans Becking and Wout Alleman, the Dutchman and the Belgian. Look at them, chatting and smiling. They clearly get on really, really well. Lovely to see. And second today, at least on the general classification, the world champion, Nino Schurter, a 2-time winner here, and a 10-time world champion, and another person who has all those Olympic medals, gold, silver and bronze. And his first-time partner at the Absa Cape Epic, Sebastian Finney. Different trade teams getting together as Team World Bicycle Relief and raising funds and awareness for a program that supplies bikes to those who need them most.
The gold medals for Matt Beers and Howard Grotz.
On to the top step. A moment of rich enjoyment and great celebration by a combination who got together for the first time this year and have found the magic. They have unlocked the door and they've burst through it to take victory at the 20th Absa Cape Epic. Matt Beers for the 3rd time and Howard Grotz for the 2nd time. A team of high quality indeed.
Our overall winner's trophy, sculpted by Neil Jonker, and the champagne sprays.
Champagne all round, the trophy in the hands of the overall winners. And now they can have their retribution on their rivals, Grotz and Beers. There they are, champions all round they are. And rest and recovery for them.
Like you see clearly, actually, for you need 2 sets of clothing for. If you're on the stage, if you're on the podium, you have to have two sets in your bags.
Well, there'll be a lot of moments celebration, or a little while of celebration today. A final picture of our elite podium. World champions, national champions, all around, European, continental champions. It doesn't get better than this. So the yellow jersey is extremely special for Beers and Grotz, the champions in 2024 at the Absa Cape Epic.
That trophy, they got special replicas they'll receive afterwards. To the fabulous fans, go and support some more of the racing.
Presentation of our elite athletes. They will return later on in a great tradition that has evolved over the Absa Cape Epic over the years.
I just thought about it.
To hand over medals
so
to the amateurs as they finish later.
So it's like over the years it became like an additional procedure that the professional riders, we get asked if after the ceremony, if we now going over, and because all the amateur riders we're just coming in, and we're also getting now handed over their medal from the pro riders.
The finisher's medal, a medal to cherish, certainly here at the Absa Cape Epic. On reflection, the 2024 Absa Cape Epic regarded as the old euphemism, the toughest ever, but you can never measure that, so we'll never be able to do that, but it was an extraordinarily tough event this year.
It was extraordinarily tough, not just in the route. The route is highly scientifically designed to present the similar challenges as the riders experience every year, so that no edition is necessarily the toughest on paper, but the conditions this year were tricky because of the extreme heat that we saw in the early part of the race in stages 1, 2 and 3.
And it was, of course, a route that perhaps had more, well, it certainly did have more climbing meters per kilometre than ever before, and also more single-track trail than ever before.
And that is definitely also what puts the weight in, what makes the route then also tough, that it wasn't just a easy rolling, it worked the riders, even if it seems like that from the distance or from an elevation perspective, it wasn't the longest or with the most elevation, but it was definitely a lot of single trails which worked all the participants.
And another aspect of that is the trail surface, how rough and how loose the trail surface was. Some extremely rough trail surfaces, notably going to the Coetzenburg Valley. So every rider who earns that medal, from the very fastest riders that we see on the stage, just leaving the stage now, to the very last riders, the first riders to the last riders, every single one of them has earned that medal for sure, and can call themselves an Absa Cape Epic finisher. And even the top professionals, some who've never won this race, some who showed promise to win, they still hold that medal with pride.
Well, obviously lots of different categories here. We've heard from the Grandmasters. There's Grandmasters men and women, great Grandmasters, as well as mixed and amateurs, and also the Absa African jerseys. And in the women's category, that went to the UNTAMED team of Hayley Smith and Sarah Hill.
I think, you know, when we lost the jersey, you feel like you lose all the hope. You feel like all the motivation is gone, and you actually don't know if you can pull it together and fight back. And I think that's exactly what we did. Exactly, teamwork. You know, realizing that it's never over till it's over. You never know what's going to happen, and to come here in the jersey and winning the jersey is such a special feeling.
And how is it to ride with Sarah? What's the best combination? What makes it so special?
Our single track, we descend like mambas, and that is the best part of my day.
How for you, Sarah?
It's been so nice taking a newbie through an epic. You know, this race is not for anybody. It's a very, very hard epic this year. And Hayley just shows that she has the grit, she has the resilience, and she can do this kind of stuff.
And you make it to a good end.
Yes!
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That is the Absa African jersey, whereas at the end of the race in the women's category, Phil Bass and Peter de Toy won the men's race for Paiga Eurosteel. The Exaro category is a very special category for riders from previously disadvantaged environments, and the racing there red hot all the way through the week
In third place, Exara Tamela. Second, Fairtree DP World Cannondale. And winning that, the Cupeto team of Klala Lisani Ndebele and Sianda Gumede, who won by 21 minutes and 41 seconds. Let's hear from them.